Looking back, I mean, did you see anything suspicious in the days leading up to her abduction? Did you notice anything? Have you been racking your brains to try to think whether people might have been watching?
We didn't.
If we did, we wouldn't tell you because it may be important information, but we didn't, you know. It was such a relaxing holiday, and in fact, as a family unit, up until that night, and with the friends we were here, certainly for us, it was as good a holiday as we have had with the children, up until that point.
You have to keep believing that Madeleine is still going to be found alive and well.
Absolutely, and we
Do you ever, though, allow yourself to drift towards negative thoughts?
I think in the early days we did, and I think that's inevitable. I think any parent who's been through this does that, certainly in the first few days. We don't now. We're actually a lot stronger, a lot more hopeful now. And we have to be hopeful. It's what keeps us going and keeps us focused.
And what about Sean and Emily? What have you said to them about their big sister?
They're really good. I mean, they're at an age really where they're still quite young, and I guess it hasn't had the same impact on them as if they were a little bit older. They do talk about Madeleine, they pick up things and say Madeleine's, you know, and that's fine, but they're really good.
I think that's, you know, something that many people have said to us, that this is a parent's worst nightmare. And it is. It truly is, and it's as bad as you can possibly imagine. But, you know, if all three of the children had been taken, it could have been even worse than your worst nightmare. And we've got to be strong for them. You know, they're here. They do bring you back to earth. And we cannot, you know, grieve. One, we did grieve, of course we grieve, but ultimately we need to be in control so that we can influence and help in any way possible. Not just Sean and Emily, but the investigation.
If your child suddenly vanished during a family vacation, what would your first instinct be? Would you immediately call for help, or would something darker take hold, leading you to hide the truth? On May 3, 2007, in the quiet seaside town of Praia da Luz, one mother's scream shattered the night. They've taken her. But who exactly were they? And what really happened to Madeleine McCann that night? This story is not as simple as it seems. From the outside, the McCann family appeared to embody the epitome of success and stability. Jerry and Kate McCann, both highly regarded in the medical field, were married professionals with solid, well-established careers. Jerry worked as a consultant cardiologist, a role that demanded extensive training, dedication, and a deep knowledge of medical science. Kate, a general practitioner, brought the same expertise and compassion to her work. Together, they had secured positions of respect and financial security, affording them a comfortable lifestyle that many would envy. They were raising 3 children. Madeleine, their eldest daughter, who was just 3 years old at the time, and their twins, Sean and Amelie, who were 2. The McCanns were often seen as the perfect family, educated, affluent, and deeply involved in their careers, while also maintaining strong family bonds. They had built a life that many would consider a model for others to follow. Their marriage was stable, their careers thriving, and their children were well cared for, adding to their image as the ideal family. However, this seemingly perfect life would soon be challenged in ways that no one could have predicted. The McCanns' lifestyle and social position would make their loss. Madeleine's disappearance feel all the more tragic and incomprehensible to the public. Their family, once admired for its picture-perfect qualities, would soon become the subject of intense scrutiny and suspicion. As the investigation unfolded, the contrast between their impeccable reputation and the dark cloud of suspicion that hung over them became increasingly pronounced. When the McCanns planned their vacation to Praia da Luz, a small coastal town in Portugal, it was supposed to be a relaxing getaway. The town, often referred to as Little Britain, because of its large British expatriate population and the influx of British tourists, seemed like the perfect place for a family vacation. Many British families frequented the area, and the familiarity of the surroundings made it an ideal destination for the McCanns. English was spoken everywhere, and the area was known for its family-friendly atmosphere, which aligned with the McCanns' priorities as parents. Kate McCann later admitted that, initially, she had reservations about the trip. The cost of the holiday was higher than they had anticipated, and she felt uneasy about spending so much money on a vacation. Despite her concerns, they decided to go ahead with the booking. The decision was influenced by a variety of factors, one of the most important being that the resort had been highly recommended by friends and acquaintances who had stayed in the Algarve region before. These recommendations painted Praia da Luz as a family-friendly haven, ideal for parents traveling with young children. The resort's amenities, including swimming pools, childcare services, and various activities, further solidified its appeal as a suitable choice for a family vacation. Moreover, the McCanns were not alone on this trip. They were accompanied by a group of close friends, families they had known for years. These friends, who would come to be known as the Tapas 7, were also parents of young children, making the holiday even more appealing for the McCanns. The group had been on vacation together before, and they were accustomed to the dynamics of traveling as a large social circle. The presence of these familiar faces likely made the McCanns feel more comfortable about the vacation, as they knew that they could rely on each other for support and companionship. During the day, the adults in the group would engage in various recreational activities such as tennis, swimming, and sunbathing. Jerry, a keen tennis player, regularly spent time on the courts, while other members of the group enjoyed leisurely activities around the resort. Meanwhile, the children were entertained with activities designed specifically for young ones, and the parents took advantage of the resort's childcare services. These routines were standard for the McCanns and their friends, offering both relaxation for the adults and fun for the children. In the evening, the group would gather at the resort's tapas restaurant, a casual yet exclusive spot where they would share meals and socialize. The restaurant was just a few minutes walk from the apartments they were staying in, making it a convenient and comfortable location for their nightly gatherings. Each evening, the parents would leave their children in the apartment to sleep, while they enjoyed dinner together. To ensure the children were safe while they dined, the McCanns and their friends employed a system of regular checks. One or two members of the group would leave the restaurant periodically, check on the children, and then return to the meal. This system gave the parents peace of mind, knowing that the children were being looked after during their absence. However, the decision to leave the apartment doors unlocked while the children slept became one of the most controversial aspects of the case. According to reports, the McCanns left the doors unlocked so they could enter quietly when conducting their periodic checks without disturbing the children. This decision was met with criticism, especially given the fact that the family was in a foreign country and staying in a complex with unfamiliar surroundings. Leaving young children unsupervised in an unlocked apartment, particularly in an area that was not their home, raised serious concerns. Critics were quick to point out that the McCanns, who were highly educated and well off, had the means to afford childcare services and could have made alternative arrangements to ensure their children were safe while they were out. The decision to leave the children alone, especially in such a high-profile case, would come under intense scrutiny in the following weeks. On the evening of Madeleine's disappearance, the routine was the same as usual. Kate McCann had reportedly gone to check on the children during the evening. According to her account, she had checked on the twins first, and everything seemed fine. Madeleine was the last to be checked, and Kate reportedly found her missing. The realization that Madeleine had disappeared sent the McCanns and their friends into a frenzy. Kate's words, "They've taken her," would echo in the minds of everyone involved, not just because of the panic in her voice, but also because of the certainty embedded in them. Kate immediately assumed that someone had abducted Madeleine. But the question remained, who had taken her? Why was she so certain of this abduction when there was no evidence of forced entry? This moment marked the beginning of a series of reactions and decisions that would raise even more questions in the days and weeks to come. Adding to the complexity of the situation, Jerry McCann's remark during the airport bus ride came under scrutiny. He had said, "I'm not here to enjoy myself." This statement, while seemingly innocuous at first, raised eyebrows later. It was seen as odd for a father traveling with his family on holiday to make such a comment. What could Jerry have meant? Some speculated that his words were indicative of something deeper, perhaps a lack of attachment to the vacation, or even a sign that he knew something was amiss long before Madeleine's disappearance. In retrospect, the McCanns' seemingly idyllic family life, their decision to leave their children unsupervised, and their group dynamics with the Tapas 7 would all come under the microscope. The family's reputation as the perfect family began to crack under the weight of the investigation, and what once seemed like a simple family holiday now seemed fraught with unanswered questions. The assumptions people made about the McCanns, about their lives, their relationships, and their actions, would soon be shattered, and the case of Madeleine McCann's disappearance would become far more complicated than anyone could have imagined. This vacation, which had begun with such high hopes, would soon become a nightmare that would haunt the McCanns for years to come. What appeared to be a carefree family holiday would be overshadowed by tragedy, confusion, and an endless search for answers that may never come. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann remains one of the most perplexing and widely debated cases of the 21st century. While the facts surrounding her abduction or possible death have remained elusive, one element stands out above all else: the so-called golden window of time, the 90 minutes between when Madeleine was last seen and when she was discovered missing. This crucial period is the key to understanding whether it could have been possible for her death to be concealed, and whether any foul play occurred during that window. In this analysis, we will break down this critical period based on the timeline and explore both the logical and psychological aspects surrounding the events of that night. The timeline begins with a brief but significant sighting of Madeleine McCann at around 6:40 p.m. This is the last confirmed time anyone other than the McCanns and their immediate group saw Madeleine alive. David Payne, a member of the Tapas 7, one of the groups of friends with whom the McCanns were vacationing, reported seeing Madeleine that evening. David Payne, who was also a family friend, described seeing her in the apartment as he passed by it. At the time, Madeleine was reportedly playing in the living room, possibly waiting for the evening's activities. This sighting provides the last reliable evidence that Madeleine was alive at that time. The absence of further independent sightings adds weight to the timeline, as this marks the final interaction she had before her disappearance. However, the exact details of this brief encounter are sparse, and this gap in information has fueled various theories about what happened afterward. After Madeleine's last confirmed sighting, Jerry McCann, her father, went to play tennis at 7 p.m. Jerry, an avid tennis player, spent much of his time during the day engaging in sports while on vacation. At 7 p.m., he went to the tennis courts for a scheduled game, leaving Kate to manage the children in the apartment. The fact that Jerry was not in the apartment during this critical window raises questions, especially when considering the following sequence of events. Jerry was at the tennis courts for about an hour, leaving Kate alone with the children. This would later become an important piece in the puzzle, as it reflects the normalcy of the evening routine, yet also emphasizes how things could have shifted within that brief period. It is also important to note that Jerry's whereabouts were well accounted for during this time. He was seen by other members of the Tapas 7 both arriving and leaving the tennis courts, which corroborates his claim of being there at that specific time. This establishes a certain level of accountability regarding his actions that evening, though it also places him away from the apartment and potentially far from any possible incident that could have occurred during this time. Around 8:30 p.m., Jerry and Kate McCann arrived at the Tapas restaurant for their evening meal, joining their friends from the Tapas 7. The restaurant was located just a few minutes walk from the apartment where the family was staying. This marks the start of the window of time that has been crucial to both the timeline of Madeleine's disappearance and the various theories that have been proposed. Before heading to the restaurant, Kate had reportedly checked on the children. She had checked on them earlier in the evening as part of their routine to ensure that they were safe and asleep. Madeleine, Sean, and Amelie were all in their beds at that time, according to statements made by both Kate and Jerry. The couple's agreement to leave their children alone in the apartment during the dinner with their friends was not unusual for them. They had been on vacation together before and relied on these periodic checks. However, this time, Kate found something that would change everything. When she checked on the children later, she discovered that Madeleine was missing. At this point, the McCanns and their friends immediately began a frantic search of the apartment and surrounding area, but there was no sign of Madeleine. The golden window of time, the 90-minute period from when Madeleine was last seen by David Payne at 6:40 p.m. to when she was discovered missing by Kate at around 10 p.m., has been the focus of much speculation. Could it have been enough time to cover up a death, or perhaps for someone to abduct her? This 90-minute gap is key in understanding both the logical and psychological dynamics at play during that evening. On the one hand, this window of time is quite short. 90 minutes is a brief period in which to execute a complex cover-up or concealment, especially when considering the actions that would need to occur during this time. If Madeleine had died accidentally during that time frame, it would have taken significant effort to hide the body, move it discreetly, and establish a believable cover story, all within a matter of an hour and a half. For the parents, panic and emotional turmoil would have been high, making it even harder to act calmly or rationally. Yet, for the McCanns, the choices they made during this window would play a significant role in shaping how the case would unfold in the years to come. From a logical standpoint, the timeline offers limited opportunities for anyone to effectively hide a body, given the small apartment layout and the presence of nearby vacationers. If Madeleine had died during this window, it seems unlikely that it would have gone unnoticed for so long. However, there are aspects of the situation that suggest a potential cover-up could have occurred, such as the possibility that the body was concealed temporarily in a suitcase or even a refrigerator, as suggested by some theories. Moreover, the brief time frame of 90 minutes poses challenges from a psychological standpoint as well. People under intense stress and grief typically exhibit erratic behavior, which could be seen in how the McCanns responded to the situation. The decision to quickly declare that they had taken Madeleine without any immediate evidence of forced entry suggests that there may have been prior knowledge or an instinctive understanding of what had happened to her. Kate's statement in that moment, "They have taken her," indicates an immediate belief in abduction, which might be seen as an emotional response rooted in panic, or potentially a strategic declaration to cover up the true circumstances of her disappearance. The theory that the McCanns' statements and actions during the golden window were rehearsed has been suggested by critics. They argue that the swift adoption of the abduction narrative could have been part of a premeditated effort to mislead authorities and the public, although this remains purely speculative. The idea that both parents were acting in unison, knowing exactly what to say and do, might suggest a deeper involvement in Madeleine's disappearance than what was initially apparent. In terms of the physical evidence, the 90 minutes also raises questions. The apartment was not immediately searched after Madeleine was discovered missing, allowing crucial evidence to potentially be altered or removed. Some theories suggest that the body could have been temporarily hidden in a bag or other container during that time, only to be disposed of later. This would have been difficult to do without leaving traces behind, especially in a setting where forensic investigators were likely to be on high alert. The golden window of time continues to be one of the most contentious aspects of the Madeleine McCann case. While 90 minutes might seem like a short time to conceal or cover up a death, the emotional and psychological factors at play on that night complicate the issue further. Could the McCanns have covered up an accidental death during that brief period, or was Madeleine truly abducted, as they claimed? From a logical standpoint, the 90-minute window presents significant challenges for anyone attempting to hide a death or cover up a crime. Yet, the actions taken during this time along with the psychological pressure on the parents, leave room for doubt. What remains undeniable is that this golden window shaped the course of the investigation, the theories surrounding the case, and ultimately the public's perception of the McCann's involvement. The mystery of what really happened in those 90 minutes may never be fully solved, but it will undoubtedly continue to fuel debates, theories, and questions for years to come. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann has been surrounded by controversy and speculation, particularly regarding the reactions of her parents, Jerry and Kate McCann, in the aftermath of the tragic event. As highly educated and experienced doctors, both Jerry and Kate had a deep understanding of the medical aspects of life, death, and trauma. This knowledge would have undoubtedly influenced their behavior and decisions during the chaotic hours that followed Madeleine's disappearance. However, their medical training also raised critical questions about how they might have responded to such an overwhelming crisis, especially in light of their expertise in dealing with death and its legal consequences. As doctors, both Jerry and Kate would have been well versed in the realities of death, decomposition, and forensic procedures. They would have understood that once a child's life has ended, resuscitation is typically not an option. As medical professionals, they knew that the body would begin to show signs of decomposition almost immediately, and that certain investigative procedures, such as an autopsy, could reveal evidence that might be damaging to them. The McCanns would have been acutely aware of how autopsies work. They are routine in death investigations and can often provide critical insights into the cause of death, including any signs of foul play or trauma. In this context, their knowledge of the forensic process could have had a significant psychological impact on them. They would have known that calling for an ambulance after discovering that their daughter was unconscious would likely have been futile, given that medical professionals are trained to assess the situation immediately and make judgments based on what they see. If they had come to the grim realization that Madeleine was dead, they would have recognized that any efforts to resuscitate her would be in vain. Unlike parents without medical training, who might have been driven by panic to dial emergency services in hopes of a miracle, the McCanns, equipped with a clear understanding of death's finality, might have felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness and dread at the thought of facing the situation head-on. Medical professionals are also acutely aware of the consequences of a death investigation. An autopsy could potentially reveal more than just the cause of death. It could provide evidence that leads to criminal charges, loss of professional reputation, or even jail time. In the McCann's case, their understanding of the consequences of such an investigation would have made them aware of the devastating impact it could have on their careers, their family life, and their futures. In addition to the personal and professional toll of an investigation, there was also the looming possibility that the authorities would take their other children from them. As parents, the fear of losing their remaining children would have been a powerful motivator, one that could have clouded their judgment in the face of overwhelming grief and panic. The emotional paralysis that the McCanns may have experienced in the wake of Madeleine's disappearance is an important aspect of their response. As doctors, they were trained to maintain calm and composure in high-pressure situations. However, in the case of the sudden, tragic death of their child, they may have found themselves overwhelmed by a psychological phenomenon known as freezing, a response to extreme stress in which individuals feel paralyzed, unable to act or think rationally. This is part of the fight or flight response that humans experience in crisis situations. The McCanns, as experienced medical professionals, would have been familiar with this concept. Yet, when faced with the brutal reality of their child's death, they may have been rendered emotionally incapacitated. In the aftermath of such a traumatic event, grief and fear likely clouded their ability to make logical decisions. Rather than immediately seeking help or calling emergency services, they may have become fixated on managing the situation themselves. The idea of calling for help might have seemed impossible to them, as the consequences of involving authorities could have been disastrous. Their understanding of the ramifications of a death investigation, especially in a foreign country where they might not fully understand the legal system, would have made them fearful of the repercussions of calling for help too soon. The urge to preserve the body may have been one of their first reactions, a way to maintain control over the situation and avoid the inevitable signs of decomposition. From a medical perspective, both Jerry and Kate would have been familiar with the importance of preserving the body to avoid complications during an investigation. As doctors, they understood the critical role that the timing of discovery plays in forensic investigations. Bodies that are exposed to the elements or improperly stored can quickly deteriorate, making it more difficult for investigators to determine the cause of death or gather forensic evidence. The desire to preserve Madeleine's body, whether consciously or unconsciously, could have been driven by a combination of practical knowledge and emotional desperation. In the heat of the moment, it is possible that the McCanns, faced with the sudden and overwhelming loss of their daughter, acted on a biological instinct to protect the body. This instinct is deeply ingrained in many individuals during times of trauma. In this case, the need to preserve Madeleine's body might have been driven by the overwhelming fear that exposing it too soon would lead to complications in the investigation. It could also reflect an emotional desire to hold on to the last remnants of their daughter, to delay the finality of her death for as long as possible. The act of preserving the body might have been a desperate attempt to maintain control over an uncontrollable situation, particularly when they felt the walls closing in. However, the McCann's medical training also brought with it a certain level of awareness of the consequences of such actions. They would have known that hiding the body or attempting to conceal evidence would only complicate matters further. But, in their panic and shock, they may have failed to act rationally. The sense of powerlessness and fear in the face of such a horrific event could have led to actions that were less about logic and more about survival. An attempt to protect themselves, their family, and their reputations from the consequences of a tragic accident or a possible crime. In addition to their fear of legal consequences, the McCann's emotional state played a significant role in their reaction. The grief of losing a child is immeasurable, and the overwhelming sense of helplessness in that moment may have led them to make decisions that seemed out of character or inappropriate given their backgrounds. Doctors are trained to deal with death professionally, yet the emotional weight of losing their daughter may have caused them to act in ways that appeared cold or detached. This behavior, however, could be understood as a result of the psychological and emotional toll of the situation, an overwhelming fear of what would happen next, and an attempt to shield themselves from the full emotional impact of their loss. In conclusion, the McCanns' professional background as doctors likely influenced their actions in the aftermath of Madeleine's disappearance in ways that were both rational and irrational. Their deep understanding of death and forensic procedures would have made them aware of the grim realities they faced, but it may also have contributed to their emotional paralysis and the desperate desire to preserve the body. These medical instincts, combined with their overwhelming fear of legal consequences and the potential loss of their remaining children, created a complex psychological dynamic that ultimately led to decisions and actions that would be scrutinized and criticized in the years that followed. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann has captivated the public and raised countless questions, particularly around the strange and suspicious circumstances that unfolded in the aftermath of that fateful night. Among the many aspects of the case that continue to fuel speculation and debate, one of the most intriguing and enigmatic elements is the mystery surrounding the three missing items: the fridge, Jerry's tennis bag, and Madeleine herself. These three objects, seemingly unrelated at first glance, are at the center of several theories regarding the concealment and transportation of Madeleine's body. In this analysis, we will delve into the potential significance of these missing items and explore the hypothesis that they were involved in an attempt to hide Madeleine's body. The first item that went missing was the fridge in the McCann apartment. According to reports, Jerry McCann himself removed the fridge from the apartment. The disappearance of this particular item raised immediate questions. Why would a fridge, a seemingly mundane household appliance, be removed from the apartment at such a crucial time? The fridge, typically used for storing perishable food, suddenly became a focal point of suspicion. From a forensic and logistical standpoint, the idea of using a fridge to store a body makes sense, especially in a scenario where the goal is to delay decomposition. As trained medical professionals, Jerry and Kate McCann would have understood the importance of keeping a body preserved for as long as possible in order to prevent decomposition and to avoid the unpleasant physical signs that occur after death. The fridge would have served as a means of preserving the body temporarily until they could figure out a more permanent solution, or until the immediate panic and chaos had subsided. The cold environment of the fridge would have slowed the natural process of decomposition, making it a practical option to hide the body for a period of time. This theory of using the fridge to preserve Madeleine's body is not only plausible from a practical standpoint, but also ties into the broader narrative of medical knowledge. Given the McCann's backgrounds as doctors, they would have been acutely aware of the stages of decomposition and the need to prevent the body from being discovered in a state that could potentially jeopardize any chance of a plausible cover-up. In this sense, the disappearance of the fridge becomes one of the most suspicious elements of the case. The second object that went missing was Jerry's tennis bag. This seemingly innocuous item has become a focal point of many theories regarding Madeleine's disappearance. The tennis bag, which Jerry was known to have taken with him to the tennis courts earlier in the evening, was reported to have disappeared after Madeleine went missing. The idea that a tennis bag, an item typically used to carry sports equipment, was involved in the disappearance raises several questions. Why would Jerry take his tennis bag with him, only for it to suddenly disappear? One hypothesis suggests that Madeleine's body was concealed in the tennis bag and transported out of the apartment in a manner that appeared normal. Tennis bags are relatively large and can easily conceal a small child's body, especially a child the size of Madeleine. By placing the body in the bag, Jerry could have discreetly moved it from the apartment without drawing attention. Given the context of the evening, it's plausible that the tennis bag was used as a vehicle to transport the body to a more secure location, where it could be hidden or disposed of later. This theory fits with the idea of acting quickly during a time of extreme emotional turmoil and the desperate need to hide evidence. Furthermore, the fact that Jerry carried the tennis bag out of the apartment after his game, while still wearing his tennis gear, provides further support for this theory. On the surface, this behavior might seem entirely normal, a man returning from his tennis game, carrying his bag, but in the context of the situation, it becomes highly suspicious. The tennis bag's disappearance could have been a calculated move, allowing Jerry to transport the body without raising any suspicions. The tennis bag was something that could easily pass as normal, a piece of equipment that Jerry was already known to carry around. However, the fact that it disappeared without explanation adds another layer of mystery to the case. The third and most tragic element in this equation is, of course, Madeleine McCann herself. Her sudden disappearance in the early hours of the evening left her parents and the entire world in shock. But the question remains, was she taken by an abductor, or did something else occur? The timeline surrounding Madeleine's disappearance has been heavily scrutinized, and the absence of clear evidence pointing to an abduction has led some to consider the possibility of an accident or unintentional harm. If Madeleine's death was accidental, such as a fall or an incident in which she was accidentally injured or killed, the McCanns, with their medical knowledge, would have been aware that the immediate aftermath would be critical. They would have known that time was of the essence in preventing decomposition, or the discovery of any evidence that could link them to the death. Madeleine's body would have needed to be hidden quickly, and both the fridge and the tennis bag may have been used to facilitate this. The urgency and panic surrounding the events could have prompted them to make decisions that seemed cold or detached, but were actually driven by a deep, instinctual desire to control the situation. The use of a tennis bag to conceal the body also ties into the broader narrative of protecting the body. If the McCanns had any inkling that the death might be ruled an accident, they would have known that hiding Madeleine's body temporarily could buy them time to come up with a more coherent explanation. Whether it was to avoid legal repercussions or to delay the inevitable consequences of a child's tragic death, the McCanns' actions could be seen as attempts to protect themselves and their family from the fallout. In many cases of child disappearance, investigators have found that perpetrators often have access to a hidden location, a property or secret space where the body can be concealed temporarily. The McCanns, being well-traveled professionals, may have had access to such a location. The idea of a vacant property or a familiar empty house is a concept familiar to travelers, especially those who visit places like Praia da Luz, which is frequented by British expatriates and tourists. It is possible that, during the initial chaos of Madeleine's disappearance, the McCanns turned to such a place of refuge, one that could be used to hide Madeleine's body, until they had time to decide what to do next. This hidden location theory aligns with the concept of familiar houses being offered to trusted friends or family members during vacation stays. A previous offer of an empty property nearby could have provided the McCanns with an alternative place to hide the body, particularly if they feared the imminent arrival of law enforcement or the investigation that would soon follow. The idea of moving the body to a safe, familiar location where they could control the situation more easily would have been a logical step to take, given their sense of urgency and desire to manage the fallout. The three missing items, the fridge, the tennis bag, and Madeleine herself, are inextricably linked in the timeline surrounding Madeleine McCann's disappearance. These objects, when examined together, paint a picture of a calculated response to a tragic accident or possibly a premeditated cover-up. Whether Madeleine's death was truly accidental or whether it was a more deliberate act, the actions taken by the McCanns, particularly the use of the fridge and tennis bag, offer potential insight into how they might have reacted in a moment of extreme panic. The use of familiar locations and ordinary objects, such as the tennis bag and fridge, helped the McCanns conceal what had occurred, at least for a brief period. But whether these actions were driven by instinct, fear, or something more sinister remains a mystery. What remains clear is that the disappearance of Madeleine McCann is a case full of unanswered questions, and the role these missing items played in the aftermath of her disappearance continues to be a critical piece of the puzzle. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann has generated various theories, some more plausible than others, but none more extreme than the two discussed here. These theories, accidental death and panic disposal, and child molestation and human trafficking, reflect the deep divide in public opinion about what might have really happened that night in Praia da Luz. Both theories, though, are based on very different interpretations of the evidence and the circumstances surrounding Madeleine's disappearance. Here, we will examine these theories in detail, exploring the facts that support them, as well as the elements that make them hard to believe. The first extreme theory suggests that Madeleine's death was an accidental tragedy, followed by a panic-driven cover-up. According to this theory, Madeleine climbed onto the couch to look out the window, lost her balance, and fell behind it, where she became stuck and suffocated. This scenario points to a sudden, unintentional death that left the McCanns in a state of extreme panic. As doctors, they would have known that any attempt to resuscitate her would likely have been futile, and they might have acted quickly to conceal the accident, driven by fear of legal consequences, public judgment, and the emotional toll of losing their child. One piece of evidence supporting this theory is the testimony of neighbors who reported hearing a child crying late in the evening, possibly Madeleine. This could suggest she was trapped and crying out for help before suffocating. However, there is no definitive proof that it was Madeleine or that the crying occurred at the time of her death. The disappearance of the fridge and tennis bag also fits into this theory. The fridge could have been used to temporarily preserve her body, preventing decomposition, while the tennis bag, seen with Jerry McCann, might have been used to conceal and transport her body discreetly. These items suggest the McCanns were trying to control the situation, buying time to process the tragedy. However, this theory faces challenges. The McCanns' delayed response in contacting authorities raises suspicions, as it could be seen as an attempt to hide the death before involving the police. Additionally, their immediate assumption of abduction, without evidence, casts doubt on the timeline. This rushed conclusion complicates the idea that the McCanns' actions were driven by panic over an accidental death. In contrast, the second extreme theory proposes something far darker: child molestation and human trafficking. This theory suggests that the McCanns, or at least one of them, were complicit in allowing Madeleine to be abused by a child molester in exchange for money, and that Madeleine's disappearance was the result of a pre-arranged, covert plan. The central argument here is that the McCanns deliberately drugged their children, a practice that was, in theory, meant to ensure that the children would remain asleep while they were subjected to abuse. One of the most telling pieces of evidence often cited in support of this theory is the statement made by Kate McCann when she declared, "They've taken her." This declaration, made moments after she discovered Madeleine was missing, is seen as a potential clue indicating that Kate knew exactly who they were, the perpetrators of the abuse. Rather than immediately assuming that Madeleine had simply wandered off or been abducted by a stranger, Kate's specific words suggest a pre-existing knowledge of who might have been involved. Some theorists believe that the they Kate referred to as part of a pre-arranged plan involving child molesters, possibly even a network of human traffickers. Another piece of evidence frequently cited by proponents of this theory is the McCanns' possession of books about child trafficking. These books were found in their apartment and raised questions about why a family on vacation would be carrying such material. It is also suggested that the McCanns knew more about trafficking and abuse than they publicly admitted. The presence of such books could indicate that they were aware of the risks of child exploitation, and perhaps they had made some arrangements in the past that might explain why Madeleine was in danger in the first place. In addition to the books, it is alleged that the McCanns used sleeping pills or sedatives on their children to keep them unconscious during the alleged abuse. The theory proposes that drugging the children was seen as a way to prevent them from waking up and witnessing anything that might have occurred. This would explain the absence of any screams or sounds of distress during Madeleine's disappearance. If she was drugged and unconscious at the time of her abduction, she would not have been able to cry out for help, and the perpetrators could have easily taken her without anyone hearing. However, there are several issues with this theory that make it hard to believe. One of the major inconsistencies is the blood found in the rental car and the blood stains on the walls of the apartment. If the McCanns had been involved in an organized plan to sell or exploit their child, why would there be signs of violence in the apartment or the rental car? If Madeleine was drugged, she would not have been in a state of distress, and there should have been no reason for blood to be present. Additionally, the theory suggests a motive for the abuse, yet the McCanns were financially well off and had no known need for money through such illegal means. The lack of a clear, credible motive for why the McCanns would willingly subject their child to abuse makes this theory particularly hard to accept. Moreover, the idea of the McCanns willingly engaging in such activities contradicts their public image as devoted parents. The theory that the McCanns were involved in trafficking their child seems almost too extreme to be plausible, particularly when considering their professional backgrounds and the support they had from friends and family. In most child trafficking cases, there is a clear financial motive, but there is no evidence to suggest that the McCanns were financially struggling or involved in any criminal activity. Finally, the moving of the sofa, the blood stains, and other pieces of forensic evidence that pointed to possible violence cast further doubt on the theory. If the McCanns were involved in an elaborate scheme to stage an abduction, why would they risk leaving traces of blood and evidence behind? Why not ensure that the apartment was cleaned up properly, especially if they knew they would soon be under investigation? The two extreme theories, accidental death and panic disposal, and child molestation and human trafficking, represent drastically different interpretations of the evidence surrounding Madeleine McCann's disappearance. While the first theory presents a tragic, but not improbable, scenario of a cover-up in the face of an accidental death, the second theory ventures into the realm of deep conspiracy, suggesting premeditated child exploitation. Both theories are fueled by some plausible details, but they each face significant hurdles. The presence of forensic evidence, inconsistencies in the timeline, and the lack of clear motives all complicate these theories. Ultimately, the mystery of Madeleine's disappearance remains unsolved, and while these extreme theories offer different perspectives, neither provides a definitive answer to what truly happened on that fateful night in Praia da Luz. The interviews conducted with Jerry and Kate McCann in the aftermath of Madeleine's disappearance have been a subject of intense scrutiny, particularly regarding their behavior and the inconsistencies in their responses. These interviews, captured on video, have fueled widespread speculation and have become critical pieces of evidence in the public's perception of the McCanns' involvement, or lack thereof, in the case. Two main issues have stood out in the interviews: Jerry's perceived duping delight, and the differences in the way he and Kate answered questions. Additionally, the theory that one parent may have been guilty while the other was innocent raises intriguing psychological questions, particularly within the context of partnership crimes. One of the most notable elements of the interviews is Jerry McCann's suspected duping delight, a psychological term used to describe a facial expression or behavior that suggests a person is secretly pleased or amused by the deception they are trying to hide. This behavior has been identified in several moments during Jerry's interviews, where, in response to certain questions, he exhibits signs of subtle amusement. His smile or smirk, particularly when discussing matters he should have been emotionally distraught over, raised suspicions that he might not have been as grief-stricken as one would expect from a parent whose child had gone missing. Observers pointed out that Jerry's reaction to certain questions about his daughter's abduction seemed inappropriate or out of place. For example, when asked about whether he had seen anything suspicious prior to Madeleine's disappearance, Jerry's response was delayed and somewhat evasive. He smiled awkwardly before answering, and even appeared to struggle for words, a behavior that many found troubling. His body language, including smiling, laughing, and looking somewhat amused, was not in line with the expected emotional reaction to the tragic loss of his daughter. This behavior raised alarms among critics, who interpreted it as indicative of a possible guilty conscience, or, more disturbingly, an indication that Jerry might be enjoying the deception, a hallmark of duping delight. This concept of duping delight is not universally accepted, and some have argued that these reactions could be simply nervous behaviors in a highly stressful situation. After all, speaking publicly about a missing child is an incredibly difficult and emotionally overwhelming task. However, when coupled with his more delayed responses and attempts to deflect uncomfortable questions, Jerry's behavior becomes suspect to those looking for signs of guilt or involvement in his daughter's disappearance. Another point of concern for interviewers and viewers alike is Jerry's tendency to give long-winded, convoluted responses to relatively simple questions. His answers often lack directness and clarity, For example, when asked about the events surrounding the night Madeleine disappeared, Jerry's responses often seemed to lack focus and simplicity, leading some to believe that he was attempting to avoid revealing crucial details. His long-winded nature in interviews is particularly stark when contrasted with Kate's more succinct, direct answers. Kate, in most cases, gave shorter, more straightforward responses, which some viewers interpreted as a sign of genuine emotion and grief. Meanwhile, Jerry's more calculated responses raised suspicions about his sincerity. In these moments, he appeared to be constructing his answers carefully, possibly to control the narrative or avoid giving away potentially incriminating information. This level of detail and evasion is often seen in individuals who are attempting to cover up something they know. When people lie, they sometimes offer excessive detail to make their story appear more credible. And this is often seen as a defense mechanism in case of suspicion. Jerry's over-elaboration and tendency to speak in circles was seen as a sign of inconsistency in his account of the night in question, which is something a liar might do to fill in gaps or deflect scrutiny. A critical comparison can be made between the way Kate and Jerry McCann responded to questions during their interviews. While both parents were visibly distraught and emotionally overwhelmed, their emotional responses and speaking styles were notably different. Kate's responses were generally quick, clear, and direct, while Jerry's were often more measured, slow, and sometimes awkward. This contrast in their communication styles has led to a great deal of psychological analysis. Kate McCann's quick and precise answers have been interpreted by some as a reflection of a mother's instinctive and natural reaction to the situation, speaking from a place of emotional pain and urgency. In contrast, Jerry's slower and more deliberate responses raised questions. Psychologists have suggested that this difference could point to a difference in coping mechanisms. Some have speculated that Jerry's long pauses and awkwardness were signs of guilt or distress, while Kate's quick responses were seen as signs of genuine grief. In the context of partnership crimes, where one partner might be guilty and the other might be innocent, this difference in behavior could be indicative of the psychological dynamics at play. If one parent was involved in Madeleine's disappearance, their behavior would naturally be more calculating and detached, as seen with Jerry's more cautious, drawn-out responses. Meanwhile, the other parent, assuming they were unaware or not involved, might have been emotionally distressed and more forthcoming with their answers, much like Kate. One of the more intriguing psychological theories surrounding the McCanns is the idea that one parent might have been guilty while the other was innocent. This theory suggests that if only one parent were involved in the crime, whether through direct participation in Madeleine's death or in covering up the accident, the other parent may have remained unaware of the full extent of the situation. In this case, one parent might be experiencing genuine grief and shock, while the other could be grappling with guilt and the emotional burden of a cover-up. Jerry's behavior in interviews, his measured, defensive tone, his long-winded answers, and the possibility of duping delight could suggest that he was more involved in some capacity, perhaps in an accidental death or a staged cover-up. On the other hand, Kate's emotional responses and directness could imply that she was either unaware of the true events or that her grief was genuine and undiluted by guilt. In the realm of partnership crimes, there is often a dynamic where one partner takes the lead in committing the act, and the other partner becomes a secondary participant or a passive accomplice, either through ignorance or fear. The emotional and behavioral differences between Kate and Jerry may support this theory. If Kate was genuinely unaware of what had happened to Madeleine, her reactions to the interview questions would naturally be more emotional and instinctive. Meanwhile, Jerry's cautiousness and seeming discomfort in the interviews could indicate that he had a more complex relationship with the situation, possibly because of his involvement in the events leading up to Madeleine's disappearance. The analysis of the McCann's interviews reveals a complex interplay of behavior, communication, and psychology. Jerry McCann's perceived duping delight, his long-winded and evasive answers, and the differences in how he and Kate responded to questions have all contributed to the public's suspicions regarding their involvement in Madeleine's disappearance. The theory that one parent could be guilty while the other is innocent further complicates the psychological dynamics, particularly in cases of partnership crimes, where one partner may hide the truth from the other. While no definitive conclusions can be drawn from the interviews alone, the behaviors displayed by both Jerry and Kate McCann continue to be a central aspect of the case, fueling ongoing debate and speculation. The latest developments in the investigation into the disappearance of Madeleine McCann have brought a new prime suspect into the spotlight: Christian Bruckner, a convicted sex offender and serial rapist who is currently serving time in Germany for unrelated crimes. Bruckner, whose name has been repeatedly linked to the case in recent years, has become the focus of renewed interest following fresh revelations in the Spanish press. Authorities have been investigating his potential involvement in Madeleine's disappearance, and the urgency of the investigation has increased as Bruckner is set to be released from prison in the near future. Christian Bruckner's criminal history is deeply troubling. He has been convicted of several sexual offenses, including the rape of young girls, and is known to have committed numerous heinous acts during his time living in the Algarve region of Portugal, not far from where Madeleine was last seen. His time in Portugal has led investigators to believe that he may have been operating in the area around the time of Madeleine's disappearance in 2007. In fact, new evidence has suggested that Bruckner might have been in the vicinity on the night Madeleine went missing. Satellite images from 2007, showing areas where Bruckner was known to have frequented, have added weight to these suspicions. These images, showing a dilapidated house and a nearby mobile phone tower, indicate that Bruckner may have been near the McCann family's holiday apartment in Praia da Luz during that time, lending credence to theories that he could have been involved in the crime. One of the most significant aspects of the renewed investigation is the urgency with which authorities are moving to gather evidence before Bruckner's release. Bruckner is scheduled to serve the remaining portion of his sentence, and, given the amount of time that has passed since Madeleine's disappearance, authorities are racing against the clock to investigate any potential link between him and the case before he is free to return to society. Spanish authorities, in particular, have been working diligently with international agencies to piece together the evidence, with a focus on Bruckner's known movements and connections in the Algarve during the critical time of Madeleine's disappearance. Despite the increasing focus on Bruckner, many questions remain about the role of the McCanns in the case. If Bruckner is indeed involved in Madeleine's abduction or death, one might ask, why did the McCanns behave in such unusual ways after Madeleine's disappearance? Over the years, several aspects of the McCanns' behavior have raised suspicions. Their initial response to the disappearance, including the delayed call to the authorities and the immediate assumption that Madeleine had been abducted, has been viewed by some as inconsistent with what one might expect from parents in such a tragic situation. The McCanns' decision to maintain a public stance that they were not involved in any wrongdoing, despite the increasingly complex nature of the investigation, has led to speculation about their potential knowledge or involvement in the events that led to Madeleine's disappearance. If Bruckner were to be conclusively linked to the case, the question of why the McCanns acted in such an unusual manner would still linger. Could their behavior be explained by fear of legal consequences, or were they simply acting out of shock and grief? One theory suggests that their response could be linked to a need to maintain control over the narrative of the case. The quick declaration of abduction, which was made without solid evidence, might have been an attempt to prevent any suspicion from falling on them, or perhaps to push the investigation in a particular direction, one that was less likely to lead to them being implicated. Another factor that could explain the McCanns' behavior is the psychological toll of the situation. Losing a child is an unimaginable tragedy, and the McCann's actions might have been shaped by a profound sense of panic, fear, and the inability to process their grief in a typical manner. The stress of being thrust into the public eye, the media scrutiny, and the overwhelming uncertainty about what happened to Madeleine might have caused them to react in ways that seem out of place. Their behavior, when viewed under the lens of trauma and the stress of a missing child investigation, could be interpreted as a natural, albeit flawed, coping mechanism. Ultimately, the renewed focus on Christian Brueckner as the prime suspect has brought fresh attention to the Madeleine McCann case. His criminal history, coupled with the new evidence suggesting he may have been in the area around the time of the disappearance, has sparked hope that justice may one day be served. However, as investigators continue to dig into Brueckner's possible involvement, the McCanns remain at the center of the public's attention. Whether their actions were motivated by guilt, fear, or shock remains an open question, but it is clear that their behavior has continued to fuel debates and theories regarding their role in the case. As the investigation unfolds, only time will tell if Brueckner's connection to Madeleine's disappearance can be definitively proven, and whether the McCanns' actions will finally be understood in light of the truth. The case of Madeleine McCann's disappearance has not only captivated the world, but has also led to a profound division in public opinion about the McCanns' involvement. Some people firmly believe that Jerry and Kate McCann are innocent, while others are convinced of their guilt. The psychology behind these opposing views is complex and reflects broader societal themes, such as perceptions of parental responsibility, the role of wealth and social status, and how we process grief and trauma. This divide in public opinion is also influenced by people's personal experiences with parenting, as well as their ability to relate to the McCanns' situation. One of the main reasons that some people believe the McCanns are innocent is their perception of the couple as the ideal parents: educated, professional, and devoted to their children. Both Jerry and Kate McCann were highly respected professionals. Jerry, a consultant cardiologist, and Kate, a general practitioner, had established careers that provided them with a stable and affluent lifestyle. Their social status and wealth painted them as successful and responsible individuals, people who appeared to have everything under control. This public image of the McCanns as a model family reinforced the idea that they could not have been involved in any wrongdoing, especially something as heinous as the disappearance of their own child. The McCanns' financial stability and social position also played a significant role in how some people viewed their innocence. The couple's background in the medical field led some to believe that they were too professional and morally upstanding to be involved in any criminal activity. Their intelligence and wealth made them appear beyond reproach. In many cases, society tends to trust those who hold prestigious careers, assuming that their positions of authority come with a certain level of integrity. This bias toward trusting the perfect family dynamic, where the parents are educated, successful, and seemingly perfect, played a large role in the public's initial sympathy for the McCanns and their denial of involvement in the case. Moreover, their behavior during the investigation was often interpreted as a sign of genuine grief and panic. The McCanns' public plea for help and their constant media appearances to raise awareness of Madeleine's disappearance could have reinforced their innocence in the eyes of many. People saw their desperation and emotional distress as evidence of parents who were simply trying to find their missing child, not individuals hiding something sinister. For some, the McCanns' emotional expressions seemed authentic, adding weight to the belief that they were genuinely innocent victims of a tragedy. On the other side of the spectrum, many people are convinced that the McCanns were involved in some way in Madeleine's disappearance, citing suspicious behavior and parental neglect as the key reasons for their belief. Their actions in the aftermath of Madeleine's disappearance raised red flags for many observers. For instance, the decision to leave 3 young children alone in an apartment while they dined at a nearby restaurant, was seen as highly irresponsible and negligent. Critics argued that such behavior was not just careless but potentially criminal, given the risks involved in leaving small children unsupervised in an unfamiliar environment. The lack of immediate action by the McCanns, particularly the delay in contacting authorities after realizing Madeleine was missing, also contributed to suspicions about their involvement. Some perceived their quick assumption of abduction as an attempt to deflect suspicion from themselves. Instead of treating the situation with caution or exploring other possibilities, the McCanns were quick to adopt a narrative of abduction, which many felt was an attempt to control the investigation and steer it away from more uncomfortable possibilities, such as an accidental death or neglect. Additionally, Jerry McCann's behavior during interviews added to the belief in his guilt. Critics pointed out that he seemed to display a type of duping delight in some of his responses. This term refers to the unconscious enjoyment or smugness that a person might display while deceiving others. Observers noticed moments during Jerry's interviews when he appeared to smile or display inappropriate facial expressions for the gravity of the situation. This behavior, combined with his long-winded, evasive answers, led some to suspect that he was hiding something. While some believed this could simply be nerves or the strain of being in the public eye, others viewed it as a sign of guilt. The suspicion of guilt was further compounded by the lack of clarity around the timeline of events and the discrepancy in the McCanns' version of the night's events. The fact that Madeleine was left alone for a significant period raised doubts about their ability to protect their children. Parents are typically expected to provide constant supervision for young children, and the idea of leaving them alone in an unfamiliar apartment with an unlocked door struck many as careless and out of character for responsible parents. Another critical factor influencing public opinion about the McCanns is the personal experience of those who are judging them. For many parents, particularly those who have young children themselves, the idea of leaving their child unsupervised, even for a short time, is unimaginable. The basic instinct to protect their children runs so deeply in many parents that the idea of neglecting that duty seems unfathomable. The notion of leaving children alone in a foreign country without professional childcare or supervision, especially in a rented apartment, is almost impossible for some to grasp. Parents often look at the McCanns' decision and feel an immediate emotional rejection. How could they do this? How could they take such a risk with their child's safety? This strong emotional reaction is often tied to the idea that a parent's duty is to protect their child at all costs, and the McCanns' behavior, particularly in leaving their children alone, seems to violate that instinct. The emotional outrage over their decision to leave the children alone was particularly pronounced among parents who could not fathom how any responsible mother or father would behave in such a way. These individuals tend to believe that if the McCanns were capable of such negligence, it's possible that they could have been involved in other actions that led to Madeleine's death or disappearance. Some parents, in particular, cannot fathom the idea of hiding the death of their child, even if it were accidental. They find it unimaginable that any parent, especially one who is a professional and presumably morally upright, would engage in such a cover-up. The idea that the McCanns might have hidden Madeleine's body or concealed the truth seems so foreign to these parents that they are more likely to believe in a scenario of abduction rather than a cover-up of an accidental death. These individuals often express their disbelief on social media, in interviews, and in forums dedicated to the case. The case of the McCanns reveals the deep complexities of human psychology and public opinion. Some people are inclined to believe in the McCanns' innocence, largely because of their public image as the ideal family, with education, wealth, and social status. Others, however, cannot overlook the perceived signs of negligence and inconsistency in their behavior, which raises suspicions about their involvement in Madeleine's disappearance. The clash between these two opposing viewpoints stems from personal experiences with parenting and an inability to understand the actions taken by the McCanns. As parents, it is easy to imagine ourselves in the McCanns' shoes and to feel sympathy for their loss. But it is also natural to react with suspicion when the actions of those involved do not align with our own understanding of responsible parenting. The McCann's case continues to spark strong emotional responses because it challenges deeply held beliefs about parenting, responsibility, and the lengths to which a person might go to protect themselves or their family from the consequences of an accident or crime. The gap between these perspectives, the belief in their innocence versus the suspicion of their guilt, remains one of the most poignant and enduring elements of the Madeleine McCann case. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann has left the world with a series of unanswered questions that continue to fuel debate and speculation. One of the first and most critical questions that remains unresolved is, who exactly were they? When Kate McCann cried out, "They've taken her," was she referring to an abductor, or could there be a deeper, more complex explanation? The use of the word "they" implies knowledge of those involved, yet no clear evidence has emerged to identify who they could be, leaving the true nature of Madeleine's disappearance shrouded in mystery. Another key question is whether the disappearance was truly an accident or a premeditated plot. Was it simply an unfortunate tragedy where Madeleine met an untimely death, or was there a more sinister conspiracy at play? Some theories suggest that it was a tragic accident, one that led to panic and poor decisions by the McCanns in the aftermath. Others, however, point to the possibility of an elaborate cover-up or planned event, questioning whether Madeleine's disappearance was part of a more sinister plan. Additionally, there remains the question of whether anyone other than the McCanns was involved in Madeleine's disappearance. The case has seen various theories over the years, some suggesting that the McCanns might have been involved in some way, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Was there someone else at the scene that night? Or was the McCann family the only one connected to the events leading up to Madeleine's disappearance? Could there have been a third party with knowledge of what happened? Or was it only the McCanns who were involved in some way? As the years pass, these questions remain largely unanswered, and the mystery of what happened to Madeleine McCann continues to haunt both the McCann family and the public. Was this a tragic accident, a chilling conspiracy, or something even more sinister? Perhaps we'll never truly know. The truth behind Madeleine's disappearance may be buried forever, leaving behind a series of unanswered questions that will continue to provoke debate for years to come.
And detectives have been searching for a blue tennis bag that went missing from the McCann's holiday apartment. The bag belonged to Jerry McCann. He'd been playing tennis in the hours before his daughter vanished.
If it's a bag of a size that could be taken away from the flat, a child, that would be of great interest to the investigating officer.
The disappearance of Madeleine McCann, a 3-year-old British girl who vanished from a holiday apartment in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007, remains one of the most disturbing cases of the 21st century. Among the unanswered questions, 2 details continue to haunt the investigation: a mysterious blue tennis bag and a strand of DNA found in the trunk of a rental car. A police photograph taken inside apartment 5A shows a large blue sports bag in the wardrobe. Days later, it vanishes without explanation. The McCanns deny owning such a bag. Their spokesman insists nothing is missing. Yet cadaver dog Eddie alerts to that exact wardrobe, signaling the scent of human decomposition. Weeks later, DNA partially matching Madeleine's is found in the car her parents rented, 25 days after she disappeared. Not conclusive, but not irrelevant. If no one owned the bag, why was it there? If it held nothing, why did it vanish? If the car had no body, why the scent of death? This isn't about wild theories. It's about forensic traces left behind. The truth may be buried under silence, but evidence whispers louder than words. And it all begins inside apartment 5A. In the quiet resort town of Praia da Luz, Portugal, a single photograph taken by the Polícia Judiciária inside apartment 5A on May 3, 2007, holds a clue that refuses to fade: a large blue sports bag tucked inside a wardrobe, captured in the chaotic hours after 3-year-old Madeleine McCann vanished. This bag, unremarkable at first glance, has become a specter in the investigation, a silent witness to a mystery that deepens with every denial, every contradiction, every unanswered question. It was there, undeniable in the grainy police snapshot, yet the McCanns, Kate and Jerry, insist it never existed. Their spokesman doubles down, claiming nothing went missing. But the bag's presence, its sudden absence, and the chilling alert of a cadaver dog at that very wardrobe weave a thread of doubt that cannot be untangled. What was this bag? Who did it belong to? And why, after being immortalized in evidence, did it vanish into the night? The photograph, taken in the immediate aftermath of Madeleine's disappearance, shows a blue hold, all large enough to carry sports gear. Tennis rackets, perhaps, or something far darker. Its placement in the wardrobe of apartment 5A, where the McCanns stayed, is a fact etched in police records. Yet when pressed, Jerry McCann denied owning such a bag. Kate echoed his stance. Their spokesman, Clarence Mitchell, delivered a statement in 2007 that cut through speculation like a blade. As far as Kate and Jerry are concerned, there is no missing tennis bag. They came back from holiday with everything except, of course, tragically, Madeleine. The words are firm, almost defiant, but they clash with the physical reality of the photograph. If the bag wasn't theirs, whose was it? If it was in their apartment, why disavow it? And if it was never missing, as Mitchell claims, why is it no longer there? The bag story grows murkier with the testimony of David Payne, a member of the Tapas 7, the group of friends dining with the McCanns at the Ocean Club's Tapas bar when Madeleine disappeared. In a police interview, Payne was asked about sports bags owned by Jerry. His response was peculiar, almost evasive. Jerry had a bag for sports, he said, but nothing of that size that you could hide a tennis racket in, or anything like that. A rucksack, perhaps, not a hold-all. But the bag in the PJ's photograph contradicts this. It's capacious, large enough for rackets or, as investigators later speculated, a child's body. Payne's description minimizes the bag's significance, shrinking it to something innocuous, but the image tells a different story. Why the discrepancy? Was Payne mistaken, or was he deliberately deflecting attention from a bag that could hold secrets? The plot thickens with the arrival of 2 British sniffer dogs in August 2007. Eddie, trained to detect cadaverine, the chemical byproduct of human decomposition, alerted in apartment 5A with unnerving precision, behind a sofa and, crucially, in the wardrobe where the blue bag had been photographed. Keela, a blood detection dog, signaled traces of blood in the apartment, though her alerts required physical evidence to gain weight. Eddie's reaction in the wardrobe, however, was a gut punch. The scent of death lingered on the wooden shelves, where the bag had rested just weeks earlier. Could the bag have carried Madeleine's body, leaving traces of cadaverine on the wood? Or was the scent from something else? A prior occupant, an unrelated trace, a false positive. Cadaver dogs are not infallible. Their alerts demand corroboration. But Eddie's focus on the wardrobe, aligned with the bag's documented presence, raises a question that cuts deep. What left that scent? The bag's absence after the initial photographs fuels speculation. By the time Eddie and Keela arrived, it was gone. Not in the wardrobe, not in police inventories, not mentioned in any official report. The McCanns' denial of its existence is a wall, blocking further inquiry. If it wasn't theirs, why wasn't its disappearance treated as a clue? The PJ, already under fire for poor crime scene management, allowing journalists, locals, and even curious onlookers to trample through apartment 5A, did not pursue the bag's whereabouts with urgency. Contamination was a real risk. The apartment was a revolving door in those early hours. Was the bag overlooked in the chaos? Or was it deliberately removed? Online forums buzz with theories. Some suggest the bag was moved to the Renault Scenic, rented by the McCanns 25 days after Madeleine's disappearance, where more troubling evidence would later surface. The bag's potential role in the case hinges on a grim hypothesis that Madeleine died in apartment 5A, by accident, negligence, or unknown means, and her body was concealed in the blue hold, all stashed in the wardrobe before being moved elsewhere. The wardrobe, a temporary hiding place, could explain Eddie's alert. The bag's disappearance suggests it was used to transport her body, perhaps to a secluded spot beyond Praia da Luz's crowded resort. But this theory faces logistical hurdles. Madeleine was last seen alive at 6 p.m. on May 3. By 10:30 p.m. apartment 5A was swarming with police, neighbors and media. The McCanns, dining at the tapas bar from 8:30 p.m., were under relentless scrutiny. The window between 6 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. is razor thin, too narrow for a complex cover-up. If the bag held Madeleine, when was it moved? Who moved it? And how did it escape notice in a resort teeming with eyes? Skeptics offer simpler explanations. The bag could have belonged to a previous tenant, left behind and unrelated to the McCanns. Their holiday luggage, clothes, toys, Madeleine's cuddle cat, might have been stored in it, explaining its presence in the photograph. But this doesn't account for its disappearance or Eddie's alert. If it was innocuous, why deny it existed? If it was removed, why not report it missing? The McCanns' insistence that nothing is missing feels like a shield, deflecting questions rather than answering them. Clarence Mitchell's statement, meant to quash speculation, only amplifies it. If the bag was never theirs, why was it in their wardrobe, captured by the PJ just hours after Madeleine vanished? Online sleuths and other platforms dissect the bag's role with fervor. Some propose it was used to transport Madeleine's body to a temporary hiding place, an apartment, a dumpster, a secluded beach, before being discarded. Others link it to the Renault Scenic, where DNA fragments and cadaver dog alerts later emerged. But the timeline is a chokehold. The McCanns' movements were tracked, their grief, whether genuine or performative, was public. Hiding a body for hours, let alone weeks, in a resort under global scrutiny seems implausible. Yet the bag's absence and Eddie's alert demand explanation. Could someone else, an unknown figure, have used it? The PJ's failure to secure apartment 5A early on left room for evidence to slip away, a flaw that haunts the case. The bag's story is a paradox, undeniable in a photograph, yet disavowed by those closest to the case. Its size, its placement, its disappearance, all clash with the McCanns' narrative. Eddie's alert in the wardrobe, precise and haunting, suggests something lingered there, something that carried the scent of death. Was it Madeleine? Was it the bag? Or was it a false echo, a scent from another time, another tragedy? The PJ's photographs don't lie, but they don't speak clearly either. The bag, like Madeleine, is gone, leaving only questions in its wake. The shadow of a missing blue sports bag, its absence from apartment 5A a haunting enigma in the disappearance of Madeleine McCann, gives way to a chilling new clue, a silver Renault Scenic, rented by Kate and Jerry McCann 25 days later. In September 2007, this unremarkable family car became a forensic firestorm when police announced the discovery of DNA, suspected to be Madeleine's, in its boot, alongside alerts from cadaver and blood dogs. With 15 of 19 genetic markers matching her profile, the evidence sparked a media frenzy, with some outlets falsely claiming a 100% match. In Portugal's blistering 40°C heat, where a body would decay to bones in days, how could traces of death appear in a vehicle leased weeks after Madeleine vanished? The McCanns' flimsy explanations, leaking seafood, discarded nappies, clash with forensic science. While a theory of a preserved body, fueled by a bizarre tale of a discarded fridge, points to a grim truth. Let's dissect the Renault's secrets with unrelenting precision, probing the DNA, the dogs, and a 25-day gap that screams for answers. The Renault Scenic, rented from budget in Lagos on May 27, 2007, was a practical lifeline for the McCanns, stranded in Portugal amid a global manhunt for their 3-year-old daughter. For 25 days, Praia da Luz had been scoured, beaches, dunes, alleyways, yet no trace of Madeleine emerged. In September 2007, the case exploded when Portuguese police, working with British experts, revealed DNA in the Renault's boot, with 15 of 19 markers matching Madeleine's profile, as analyzed by the UK's Forensic Science Service. The sample was mixed, containing genetic material from multiple sources, leading the FSS to conclude it wasn't conclusive proof of Madeleine's presence. Yet, the 88% match was close enough to raise alarms. Media outlets, like the Daily Mail, sensationalized the findings, falsely claiming a 100% match, igniting public frenzy. The dogs, Eddie and Keela, added weight to the discovery. Eddie, trained to detect cadaverine, the chemical stench of human decomposition, alerted to the boot and driver's door. Keela, a blood detection specialist, signaled biological traces in the boot. These dogs, used in European homicide cases, don't mistake household odors for death. In Portugal's May heat, a body would be skeletal by late May, leaking fluids and reeking. The faint cadaverine and degraded DNA suggested a body preserved, moved later, possibly in a bag. Cadaverine is a merciless witness. Formed within hours of death, it clings to fabrics, carpets, and surfaces, defying casual cleaning. Its presence in the Renault's boot, 25 days after Madeleine's disappearance, demands a controlled environment. Goncalo Amaral, the Portuguese lead investigator, seized on this in his 2008 book The Truth of the Lie, drawing from a 2005 case in Portimao, where a child's body was frozen to delay decay. He argued the Renault's evidence implied refrigeration. In a 2010 Correio da Manhã interview, he stated, "The bodily fluid in the car shows that if the body had been buried, there would have been mummification. The fact that there were fluids points to refrigeration. In Portugal's heat, a body would rot within days, making discreet transport impossible without preservation. A refrigerator, perhaps in the McCann's rented villa, could halt decay, allowing a body to be moved later, leaving cadaverine and DNA in the car's boot. The FSS's mixed sample complicates the picture, but the 15-19 marker match leans heavily toward Madeleine, not her siblings, Amelie or Sean, whose DNA would share fewer markers. The McCann's explanations for the Renault's evidence unravel under scrutiny. Alexander Cameron, Jerry's brother-in-law, claimed in an April 2008 police statement that blood from supermarket meat, shrimp, fish, beef, leaked in the boot during a July 2007 grocery trip. He described removing the boot carpet, wiping it with a damp cloth, and airing it out due to a persistent odor. Michael Wright, Kate's cousin, offered a conflicting story on April 16, 2008. The smell came from discarded nappies stored in rubbish bags. Both admitted to a strong odor, but their accounts clash. Cadaver dogs like Eddie don't confuse seafood or diapers with human remains. Keela, trained for blood, wouldn't mistake beef drippings. The FSS report noted the DNA's 88% match to Madeleine, far closer than familial similarities. No receipts or photos corroborated the meat or nappy claims. Why the discrepancies? And why such an intense cleaning, removing and scrubbing a carpet, for a minor spill? The media's 100% match claim, though false, amplified suspicion, as outlets like the Daily Star reported police were chasing forensic leads. The refrigerator theory, sparked by Amaral's experience, gains traction from a chilling detail. A deleted blog post by Jerry, reported on forums like British Proof Reporting. Why would a grieving father, consumed by a global search, prioritize such an odd task, and why erase the post when named an Arguido in September 2007? The fridge could have preserved a body, explaining the Renault's evidence. The 25-day gap, May 3 to May 27, requires a hiding place. A refrigerated body could remain intact, its odor contained, until moved to the car, leaving cadaverine and DNA in the boot. Amaral's team, as cited in the Maddie podcast, was searching for a mystery apartment with a cooling unit when he was removed from the case in October 2007, a timing diario de noticias called suspicious. The media frenzy over the DNA, misreported as a perfect match, obscured the FSS's cautious findings but fueled public doubt. Logistics challenged the theory. Hiding a body for 25 days in Praia da Luz, under relentless media and police scrutiny, demands extraordinary secrecy. The McCann's villa, rented after leaving apartment 5A, is a plausible site for a fridge, but moving a body risks detection. Praia da Luz was a media fishbowl, with reporters and locals watching the McCanns' every move. A refrigerated body, wrapped to minimize leakage, could explain the faint cadaverine and degraded DNA, but transport, loading a body into the Renault, would require audacity. The dog's alerts were specific, targeting the boot and driver's door, suggesting contact with a corpse or contaminated items. The mixed DNA sample complicates identification, but the 15F19 marker match resists dismissal. Could an accomplice have acted? The TAPIS 7's inconsistent timelines, reported by the Daily Star in September 2007, leave gaps, but no evidence implicates them. The PJ's sloppy crime scene management, allowing early contamination of apartment 5A, means evidence could have slipped away. Alternative explanations falter. The DNA could stem from secondary transfer, Madeleine's clothes or cuddle cat, carried in the car. But cadaverine requires a decomposing body, not toys. The fridge story might be a myth, exaggerated by forums without proof of the blog post. A body could have been hidden elsewhere. A dumpster, a beach, without refrigeration, but the dog's alerts and DNA's specificity resist dismissal. The McCann's behavior, refusing 48 police questions in 2007, controlling the narrative through PR, fuels suspicion. The media's 100% match narrative, though inaccurate, amplified the Renault's significance. The car's evidence, cadaverine, blood DA, stands as a haunting tride, whispering of a truth too cold to bury in the heat of Praia da Luz. Many questions arose, with hypotheses swirling around this evidence. The DNA, cadaverine, and blood traces in the Renault Scenic. The blue sports bag, a ghostly object that vanished from apartment 5EA, anchors a macabre theory. Madeleine died in the apartment, her body placed in the bag, hidden in a wardrobe, stored in a refrigerator, and finally moved to the Renault's boot, leaving forensic traces that refused to fade. This hypothesis, driven by the bag's absence and the car's damning evidence, traces a grim path through a razor-thin timeline, the brutal science of decomposition, and the McCann's enigmatic behavior. Could a 3-year-old's body be concealed in a bustling resort, preserved and transported 25 days later? The bag, the wardrobe, the fridge, and the Renault form a haunting chain, each link heavy with suspicion. The hypothesis begins with a tragedy inside apartment 5A. Madeleine, last seen alive around 6 p.m. on May 3, 2007, dies, perhaps by accident, a fall, or an overdose of medication. The cause a dark void in the evidence. The response is swift and calculated. Her body must be concealed. The blue sports bag, large enough to hold a small child's frame, is chosen as the vessel, zipped shut, and placed in the wardrobe of the parents' bedroom, a private nook shielded from the Ocean Club's prying eyes. The wardrobe, a discreet hiding spot, buys time in the chaotic hours after the death. Praia da Luz's 40°C May heat would accelerate decomposition, producing cadaverine, the chemical stench of death, within hours, making prolonged concealment impossible without preservation. The bag is then moved to a refrigerator, likely in the McCann's rented villa, to halt decay. Gans Allo Amaral, in The Truth of the Lie, drew on a 2005 Portimao case where a child's body was frozen, suggesting a similar tactic. A deleted blog post by Jerry McCann. Finally, the bag containing the body is placed in the Renault Scenic's boot, rented on May 27, leaving DNA with a 1519 marker match to Madeleine, alongside cadaverine and blood traces detected by dogs Eddie and Keela in September 2007. The timeline is a merciless constraint. Kate raised the alarm at 10 p.m. on May 3, 2007, and by 10:30 p.m., apartment 5A was swarming with police, staff, and media. This leaves a narrow window, 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., when the McCanns were at the Tapas bar with the Tapas 7, for the initial concealment. Placing a body in a bag and stashing it in the wardrobe requires speed and nerve, a task feasible in the parents' bedroom, less likely to be searched immediately. Moving the bag to a fridge, possibly in the villa, could occur later that night or the next day, but Praia da Luz was alive with tourists, making any transfer a high-stakes gamble. The fridge, a critical step, could preserve the body, delaying the odor and decay that would betray the concealment. The Renault, leased 25 days later, ties directly to the hypothesis. The DNA, cadaverine, and blood traces suggest the bag was placed in the boot, transferring forensic evidence. The bag's absence from later searches, as noted in PJ files, amplifies its significance. Why did it vanish, and how did it reach the Renault? The sequence, bag to wardrobe, fridge, and car, demands precision and secrecy in a town under global scrutiny. Cadaverine forms within 2 to 3 hours of death, creating a detectable scent by 8:30 p.m. if Madeleine died around 6 p.m. In Portugal's blistering heat, a body would rot rapidly, leaking fluids and reeking unmistakably. The wardrobe could hide the bag for hours, but without preservation, the odor would alert searchers. A refrigerator, as Amaral theorized, could halt decay, keeping the body intact for days or weeks. The bag's material, canvas or nylon, could absorb faint cadaverine traces, which might transfer to the fridge's lining and later the Renault's boot. The 25-day gap to May 27 demands a hiding place. The McCann's villa, rented after leaving apartment 5A, is a plausible site for the fridge. The Renault's evidence, DNA with an 88% match to Madeleine, as reported by the FSS, alongside cadaverine and blood, points to the bag as the vessel moved through this chain. Amaral's team, as cited in the Maddie podcast, believed the bag linked the apartment to the Renault, with the wardrobe and fridge as critical steps. The deleted blog post about the fridge, unverified but persistent, suggests an attempt to erase a damning clue. The McCann's behavior fuels suspicion. Their refusal to answer 48 police questions in 2007, as documented by the Daily Star, and their tightly controlled PR campaign suggest narrative management. Kate's composed demeanor during the alarm, as noted in PJ files, contrasts with typical parental panic. Jerry's alleged blog post, erased when he was named an arguido in September 2007, raises questions. Why delete a detail about a fridge unless it held significance? The bag's absence from later inventories is a glaring anomaly, its disappearance unexplained. The Renault's forensic evidence, DNA, cadaverine, blood, ties directly to the bag hypothesis. The sequence, bag to wardrobe, fridge, and Renault, requires audacity, hiding a body in a wardrobe, transferring it to a fridge, and moving it to the car's boot under Praia da Luz's watchful eyes. The dog's precision, targeting the boot and driver's door, suggests contact with a corpse, not household items. The wardrobe in apartment 5A could conceal the bag briefly, but moving it to a fridge in the villa risks detection in a town buzzing with activity. The fridge, possibly in the villa, could preserve the body, but transferring it to the Renault's boot, likely at night. Praia da Luz was a media fishbowl, with reporters and locals watching closely. The mixed DNA sample complicates identification, but the 15-19 marker match resists dismissal. Could an accomplice have acted? The Tapas 7's inconsistent timelines, reported in September 2007, leave gaps, but no evidence implicates them. The PJ's sloppy crime scene management, allowing early contamination of apartment 5DA, means evidence could have slipped away, yet the Renault's traces endure. Alternative explanations crumble under scrutiny. The DNA in the Renault could stem from secondary transfer, Madeleine's clothes or cuddle cat. But cadaverine requires a decomposing body, not toys. A body could have been hidden elsewhere, a dumpster, a beach. But the Renault's forensic evidence ties directly to the bag hypothesis. The wardrobe could only hide the body briefly. The fridge, a critical link, supports preservation. But the bag's role in moving the body to the car is central. The media's 100% match. Narrative, though inaccurate, amplified the Renault's significance. The McCann's controlled demeanor, as noted in Diario de Noticias, contrasts with typical grieving parents. The bag, wardrobe, fridge, and Renault form a haunting sequence, each step fraught with risk yet chillingly plausible. Their evidence, DNA, cadaverine, absence, whispers of a truth too cold to bury in the heat of Praia da Luz, a truth that lingers, unanswered, in the shadows of a vanished child. Among the many disturbing details surrounding the disappearance of Madeleine McCann, there are moments that, while seemingly peripheral, cast long shadows over the case. One such detail is the McCann's dinner with Sir Clement Freud, a well-known public figure in the UK who was posthumously accused of inappropriate behavior toward minors. The dinner took place at Freud's villa in Praia da Luz, not far from where Madeleine had vanished just weeks prior. What unsettled many observers was not only the timing of this social engagement, but also the reported tone. According to accounts, during that dinner, jokes were made about the cadaver dogs searching for sausages, rather than any serious evidence. Comments that struck a cold chord for those who saw this moment as deeply incompatible with the gravity of a child's disappearance. This attempt at humor in such a grim context revealed a level of emotional detachment that many found difficult to reconcile. The use of levity when forensic dogs had alerted to key areas in the apartment and vehicle, areas that could be linked to biological evidence, seemed not only inappropriate, but almost dismissive. These dogs, Eddie and Keela, had been specially trained, one to detect human decomposition, the other to identify blood traces. They independently reacted in the McCann's rental car and within the apartment itself, including near the wardrobe and behind the sofa. Yet, instead of welcoming these tools as potential aids in the search for their daughter, the McCanns quickly moved into a defensive posture. They questioned the reliability of the dogs outright, a stance that surprised many, especially considering that such specialized canines had been used globally in similar investigations with credible success. Rather than exploring the possibility that these reactions might yield critical clues, their responses gave the impression of brushing the matter aside. It was not the reaction most would expect from grieving parents hoping to find answers, which naturally led to a deeper, uncomfortable question. If they had nothing to hide, why was the tone so flippant? Why not examine every lead, especially one as specific as a cadaver scent detected in personal spaces? Adding to the pattern of emotional ambiguity, there were reports suggesting that Kate McCann initially refused to participate in the physical search for Madeleine following her disappearance. While Jerry McCann claimed he did search, members of the group known as the Tapa 7, their dining companions that evening, could not corroborate his presence during those critical first moments. For a parent to remain passive in the face of a missing child defied normal behavioral expectations, and while grief manifests differently in everyone, the apparent absence of immediate and visible desperation raised suspicions. To those following the case closely, it felt as though something fundamental was missing, not just a child, but the raw, unmistakable urgency that typically follows such a loss. Even more perplexing was the McCann's decision to distribute missing person flyers in Huelva, a small town in Spain, roughly 190 kilometers away from Praia da Luz, with no clear or stated connection to Madeleine's disappearance. The effort in itself was not questioned. Any attempt to raise awareness was, on the surface, commendable, but the location prompted eyebrows to raise. Why Huelva? No leads pointed there. No sightings were reported from the area. It lay across the border, in a location difficult to justify without an underlying reason. In the absence of a clear explanation, some began to wonder whether the trip had another, undisclosed purpose. Was it a strategic diversion, a symbolic gesture, or something more? Perhaps one of the most startling elements in the case was the photo archive provided to the police. The McCanns submitted 74 photographs documenting their holiday, which investigators hoped would help reconstruct a timeline, verify locations, and identify all individuals present during critical time frames. Shockingly, 71 out of these 74 photos had been altered, either heavily cropped or blacked out entirely. This level of image manipulation rendered the majority of the collection unusable for investigative purposes. It raised an immediate red flag. What was being hidden? Was someone's presence being obscured? Were particular moments or objects, like the now infamous blue sports bag, being cut out of the frame? In criminal investigations, photographs are not just mementos, they are evidence. Every background detail, shadow, or timestamp can provide crucial context. The deliberate editing of such a high volume of photos significantly hindered the investigation and fueled speculation that The McCanns were actively managing not only public perception, but also the flow of information available to authorities. If there was a logical explanation for these redactions, it was never made public. Each of these incidents, on its own, might not constitute proof of wrongdoing, but layered together, they form a troubling picture. The choice of social engagements, the dismissive tone regarding key forensic tools, the inconsistencies in behavior immediately following the disappearance, and the strategic communications approach all signal a pattern that many found hard to ignore. While no single detail confirms complicity, each piece of this mosaic reveals gaps, contradictions, and behaviors that challenge the assumption of innocence, not in a legal sense, perhaps, but in a psychological and perceptual one. To the public and independent observers, these small details are not just background noise. They are the fibers of doubt that refuse to go away, long after the headlines have faded. In cases as emotionally and morally complex as this, the truth is often not hidden in a grand conspiracy, but in the overlooked gestures, in the throwaway comments, and in the photos that never made it to the light. In any criminal investigation, consistency and clarity in records and testimonies are essential for establishing a reliable timeline. Yet in the case of Madeleine McCann, one of the most crucial aspects, the morning of her disappearance, remains shrouded in uncertainty, contradictions, and suspicions of manipulated documentation. One of the most persistent anomalies revolves around the Cracker records from the Ocean Club's child care facility. These records are expected to provide an objective account of Madeleine's attendance and activities, particularly on the morning of May 3, 2007. However, significant doubt has been cast on their authenticity. Independent investigators and analysts have questioned whether the Cracker records were altered or fabricated after the fact. Their suspicions are rooted in missing timestamps, inconsistent handwriting, and the absence of multiple corroborating signatures. Even more troubling is the specific activity allegedly scheduled for Madeleine that morning: a sailing session organized by the resort. According to various narratives, Madeleine was supposed to have participated in this activity with other children, yet there exists no official documentation from the sailing instructors or operators confirming her presence that day. None of the instructors reported seeing her. The only person who claimed to have seen Madeleine during the morning hours of May 3rd was a single nanny. No other employee or adult guest could verify her whereabouts between breakfast and lunchtime. In the world of forensic timelines, this gap is not a minor detail, it's a chasm. If Madeleine was not seen by multiple staff members, and if the only evidence of her attendance is a questionable Cracker record and a single recollection, then the entire assumption that she was alive throughout the day of May 3 is thrown into doubt. Could she have disappeared earlier than reported? Could the narrative of the evening, check-ins, between 8:30 p.m. and 10 p.m., so central to the abduction theory, have been constructed to fit a timeline that no longer holds under scrutiny? This question becomes more urgent when paired with the fact that several individuals close to the McCanns and part of the Tapas 7 group seem to have inconsistent or evolving memories of that day. Most notably, Jane Tanner. Tanner originally told investigators she had seen a man carrying a small child in his arms near the McCann's apartment at approximately 9:15 p.m. This figure, dubbed Tanner Man, quickly became a central point in the abduction theory. Early on, she indicated the man resembled Robert Murat, a local British-Portuguese man who had offered to assist police and was later declared a formal suspect, only to be cleared of all involvement. However, Tanner's identification shifted when another witness, Martin Smith, came forward to say that the man he had seen around 10 p.m. carrying a child was not Murat. This contradiction appeared to impact Tanner's confidence, prompting her to revise her initial statement. She later clarified that she could no longer be certain the person she saw was Murat. This sudden change in testimony significantly weakened the credibility of her account. Moreover, David Payne also became a subject of concern. In a police statement submitted by Duchess Katharina and Aurel Gaspar, two friends who vacationed with the group in a previous year. Payne was described as having made inappropriate remarks about children. Though the nature of these comments raised serious red flags, the statement was not passed to Portuguese authorities until 5 months after it was made. By that time, lead investigator Amaral had been removed from the case. The delay led to accusations that British police had withheld potentially significant information, which might have affected the direction and urgency of the investigation. These inconsistencies, conflicting testimonies, and suppressed leads have led some observers to suspect that the official timeline of May 3 may have been constructed, or at least edited, to support the theory of a nighttime abduction. The original story put forward by the McCanns and their dinner companions centered around a schedule of timed checks on the children left alone in their respective apartments. These checks, allegedly occurring at regular intervals between 8:30 p.m. and 10 p.m., were said to confirm that Madeleine was safe in bed until Kate McCann discovered her missing around 10 p.m. But if no one had verifiably seen Madeleine since the morning, and if the Creque records are unreliable, then the premise that she disappeared sometime after 9 p.m. becomes increasingly difficult to accept. The possibility emerges that Madeleine may have died earlier in the day, or even the day before, and that the evening narrative served to place her as alive until the moment of the alleged abduction. In this context, the checks could be interpreted not as casual parental monitoring, but as strategic storytelling meant to lend credibility to a timeline that could not otherwise be independently verified. Ultimately, the lack of a consistent, independently confirmed timeline for Madeleine McCann's last known movements remains one of the most unsettling gaps in this case. When a single morning cannot be accounted for, and when critical witness testimony shifts or is delayed, it leaves investigators and the public with no solid ground on which to build trust. The records that should have brought clarity have instead introduced doubt. The memories that should have illuminated the truth have instead generated confusion. Whether these irregularities were the result of human error, emotional trauma, or deliberate obfuscation is something only a complete and transparent re-examination of the evidence could determine. But what remains clear is this: a child vanished, and the story of her last day on Earth is still fragmented, uncertain, and veiled in contradiction. In the aftermath of Madeleine McCann's disappearance, the search for truth extended far beyond the borders of Praia da Luz. It entered press rooms, courtrooms, and living rooms across the globe. But as the investigation evolved, so did something else: a calculated campaign, one that many believe was less about uncovering facts and more about managing perception. At the center of that campaign stood Kate and Jerry McCann, not only as grieving parents but also as media actors who quickly assembled a powerful team of lawyers, crisis managers, and public relations professionals. The speed and scale with which the McCanns built this media defense infrastructure were unusual, particularly for a family under investigation. Almost immediately after being named Arguidos by Portuguese police in September 2007, the McCanns hired prominent British legal and media consultants. Their team included libel lawyers, communications experts, and a full-time spokesman, Clarence Mitchell, formerly of the UK government's media monitoring unit. The official narrative was clear: Madeleine had been abducted, and any insinuation to the contrary was not only incorrect but malicious. But the level of coordination and the aggressive strategy the McCanns adopted toward controlling public discourse raised eyebrows. It became apparent that their campaign was not simply about seeking justice for a missing child, but also about ensuring that certain questions were never asked too loudly or answered too thoroughly. Their approach went far beyond crisis response. Over the years, the McCanns initiated or threatened multiple legal actions against journalists, authors, and even online forums that presented alternate theories about the case. One of the most high-profile targets was Amaral, the former lead detective on the case, who was removed from the investigation after publicly expressing doubts about the McCanns' account. In 2008, Amaral published The Truth of the Lie, a book in which he outlined a theory that Madeleine had died in the apartment and that her disappearance had been covered up. The McCanns sued Amaral for defamation, seeking significant damages, and attempting to ban the book. Although the case dragged on for years with rulings and appeals on both sides, the move itself sent a message: speculation outside the official narrative would not be tolerated. But Amaral was not the only target. Independent publishers, bloggers, and discussion forums critical of the abduction theory also faced pressure. In some cases, legal warnings were issued. In others, social media campaigns were mounted to discredit those who questioned the official account. What was once an open investigation had now become a tightly monitored public discourse. Rather than encouraging new leads, the McCanns and their representatives appeared determined to shut them down. Every deviation from the abduction narrative was framed as dangerous misinformation or heartless conspiracy. In many ways, the McCanns' actions reframed the entire tone of the investigation. What began as a criminal inquiry increasingly resembled a public relations battle. While managing media perception is understandable in high-profile cases, the ferocity with which the McCanns suppressed dissenting voices stood out. It wasn't just about reputation. It was about total narrative control. Simultaneously, during their time as arguidos, the McCanns refused to answer numerous critical questions posed by the Portuguese police. Kate McCann, in particular, declined to respond to 48 questions during one of her interviews. These were not vague or invasive inquiries. They included fundamental questions such as, why was there no evidence of forced entry? Why would Madeleine not cry out if a stranger entered the room? What was the exact sequence of Kate's actions after discovering the bed was empty? Each unanswered question deepened the mystery, not only about Madeleine's disappearance, but about her parents' approach to the investigation. While the McCanns later claimed legal advice prompted their silence, many questioned why a mother desperate to find her child would not assist police in every possible way. The refusal didn't come across as caution. It came across as control. This strategy extended to public interviews as well. In televised appearances, the McCanns would rarely entertain questions that challenged the abduction theory. When asked about the cadaver dog alerts, the missing tennis bag, or the DNA findings in the rental car, they either deflected or declined to discuss them. Their official line remained unchanged: Madeleine was abducted. Full stop. Any other possibility, even those supported by forensic indicators, was brushed aside as offensive, harmful, or irrelevant. This rigid posture prompted many to ask, were the McCanns merely traumatized parents defending themselves against injustice? Or were they carefully managing what the public was allowed to believe? And if it was simply a matter of pain and grief, why the extreme measures to silence alternative views? Why sue a former detective? Why refuse to answer the police? Why invest in a media machine designed not just to share Madeleine's story, but to suppress other stories? The reaction to this behavior was split. Some viewed the McCanns as victims twice over, once by the disappearance of their daughter, and again by an overzealous media eager to find scapegoats. Others, however, saw their conduct as a form of damage control, executed with a precision that suggested the narrative was being molded to fit a predetermined version of events. Legal counsel, public relations, and media strategy are not inherently suspicious. But when those tools are wielded to suppress inquiry rather than encourage truth, they become something else entirely: mechanisms of obfuscation. This doesn't necessarily imply guilt, but it does complicate the presumption of innocence with questions about motive, intent, and transparency. Perhaps most troubling of all is the contrast between the McCanns' external efforts to silence critics and their internal unwillingness to explore every possibility, no matter how painful. In the search for their daughter, in most missing child cases, families exhaust every resource, welcome every question, and pursue every possibility, however remote. The McCanns, by contrast, constructed firm boundaries around what was acceptable to say, think, or investigate. Forensic psychologists often note that innocent people, particularly innocent parents, tend to overshare, over-explain, and cooperate fully with investigators. Their behaviors reflect desperation, grief, and a yearning for closure. By contrast, those who are protecting themselves or others may exhibit defensiveness, restricted communication, and message management. While such patterns are not proof of wrongdoing, they are markers worth noting. The McCanns' response to their daughter's disappearance, viewed through this lens, appears increasingly orchestrated. They did not simply grieve in private or plea for public help. They engineered a communication strategy, pursued litigation, and preemptively neutralized voices that might complicate their version of events. Even their official website and public campaigns adhered to tightly managed scripts, offering images and statements that reinforced a singular theory while omitting elements that raised doubt. And so, the question lingers, was this all just self-preservation in the face of global scrutiny, or was it a form of narrative protection designed to mask uncomfortable truths? The truth is, we may never know. What remains, however, is the impression that in a case defined by what is missing, one child, one tennis bag, one clean timeline, there is also a missing openness. A gap not only in the evidence, but in the willingness to confront all of it. In that silence, and in the carefully constructed wall of media control, the public finds itself asking what investigators were never allowed to fully pursue. What are they trying to protect? And from whom? In a case filled with contradictions and missing links, few details are as haunting, or as heavily debated, as the DNA sample found in the trunk of the McCann's rental car, 25 days after Madeleine McCann disappeared from apartment 5A in Praia da Luz, Portugal. Her parents hired a Renault Scenic. Weeks later, British forensic analysts identified a DNA sample in the car's trunk that matched 15 out of 19 markers in Madeleine's profile. The match was not perfect. It was, as they put it, a mixed sample, likely containing genetic material from multiple sources. The UK's FSS, tasked with analyzing the material using LCN techniques, ultimately concluded that the results were too ambiguous to confirm Madeleine's presence in the vehicle. That uncertainty gave rise to two camps. One argued that such a partial match, amid a complex mixture of DNA, could easily have resulted from innocent contact, perhaps through secondary transfer from items like clothing, soft toys, or even the infamous cuddle cat that Kate McCann was often seen carrying. According to this theory, Madeleine's DNA could have ended up in the trunk if her belongings had been moved there along with other family items. The counterargument, however, is far more difficult to dismiss. How likely is it that a child's genetic signature, close enough to warrant significant investigative focus, just happened to appear in a car rented almost a month after her disappearance? Dr. Mark Perlin, a forensic DNA expert and creator of the TrueAllele DNA interpretation system, later claimed that his software could resolve the ambiguity in a matter of days. He suggested that modern probabilistic genotyping tools could have provided a much clearer interpretation than the methods used in 2007. The implication was clear technology may have moved on, but questions surrounding that sample have not. Because while it may not be enough to secure a conviction, it is certainly too coincidental to ignore, especially when considered alongside other disturbing elements in this case. One of those elements is a large blue sports bag, possibly a tennis bag, seen in photographs taken by Portuguese police inside the McCann's apartment shortly after Madeleine's disappearance. The bag appears to be large enough to hold a small child. Yet, despite its presence in early images, the bag has never been recovered, catalogued, or claimed. David Payne, a friend of the McCanns, once told investigators that Jerry owned a sports bag, but he described it as relatively small. Not large enough to hide a tennis racket, he said. That description stands in stark contrast to the bag seen in the photos. When questioned about it, Jerry McCann denied ever owning such a bag, and their family spokesperson, Clarence Mitchell, doubled down on this claim, stating publicly, "The family did not return from holiday missing any bags." This left investigators and independent analysts puzzled. A bag was clearly there, visible in official crime scene photos. Then it wasn't. No one in the McCann circle acknowledged its existence. It never reappeared in any inventory. If it had no role in Madeleine's disappearance, why did it vanish? Why was no one willing to identify it? Its size, its location in the wardrobe, and its disappearance after the crime all suggest that it may have been more than an innocent piece of luggage. When paired with the cadaver dog alerts, the picture becomes even harder to dismiss. Two British sniffer dogs, Eddie and Keela, were brought in to assist the investigation. Eddie was trained to detect the scent of human decomposition, and Keela specialized in identifying traces of human blood. Both dogs signaled in two specific and highly relevant locations: the wardrobe inside apartment 5A and the trunk of the Renault Scenic. In both instances, the dogs reacted strongly. Yet these alerts, while compelling, are not admissible evidence in most courts without corroborating forensic data. Critics of the canine evidence argue that it could have been triggered by residual or historic sense, or even by unrelated biological material. But defenders of the dogs, especially those familiar with their track records, point out that such precise dual reactions in two separate locations should not be dismissed out of hand. Taken alone, any one of these details might seem inconclusive, but together, they form a constellation of inconsistencies and red flags. A nearly matching DNA sample in the trunk of a rented car. A bag seen once and then never again. Two dogs indicating the presence of decomposition in the exact two places most likely to be involved in concealment. It becomes harder to explain all of this away as mere coincidence. Throughout this growing web of uncertainty, the McCanns have offered few explanations that satisfy the logical mind. They never acknowledged the bag. They never clarified the presence of Madeleine's DNA in the vehicle, beyond general remarks about secondary transfer. When asked about the dogs' reactions, they downplayed their reliability or shifted the conversation. In interviews, they deflected. In courtrooms, they litigated. But at no point did they publicly confront the puzzle of these intertwined clues with openness or transparency. If the McCanns had nothing to hide, why not embrace every opportunity to clarify these anomalies? Why dismiss key forensic alerts instead of treating them as potential leads? Why go to great lengths to deny the existence of a bag captured in an official photograph? These are not accusations, but questions. Unanswered ones that continue to trouble those who have followed this case for years. At the center of any unresolved case is always a missing element. In Madeleine's case, that element is, of course, her. But surrounding her absence is a fog of missing truths, missing context, and missing accountability. The facts we do have, however inconclusive, paint a shadowy outline. They do not reveal what happened, but they reveal what still doesn't make sense. So as this long and painful investigation remains open, so must our questions. And two of them, in particular, refuse to fade. If no tennis bag was ever missing, then what exactly was the one seen in the crime scene photo? And if the DNA found in the rental car didn't belong to Madeleine, then whose was it? These are not questions of guilt or innocence. They are not declarations or judgments. They are invitations to look again, to reconsider, and to accept that some things can only remain unsolved when we choose to stop asking. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann is more than a missing child case. It is a masterclass in how truth can be obscured, how investigations can be shaped, and how silence can speak louder than words. 17 years on, the case remains unresolved, but from the chaos, controversy, and contradictions, a set of sobering lessons emerges. Lessons not just for investigators, but for society as a whole. One of the most striking dynamics of the McCann case is how quickly the narrative was taken out of the hands of investigators and placed into the realm of professional media management. Within weeks of Madeleine's disappearance, the McCann family had hired an extensive team of lawyers, crisis PR specialists, and even a government spokesperson. What began as a local investigation evolved into a global media campaign, not just seeking help, but controlling the story. As public sympathy grew for the grieving parents, key questions about forensic evidence, behavioral inconsistencies, or timeline discrepancies were overshadowed by polished interviews and emotionally charged images of a family in anguish. Every news segment, press release, and TV appearance subtly reaffirmed a single narrative abduction. Any deviation was labeled harmful, conspiratorial, or even cruel. The lesson is clear: in high-profile cases, public perception is not always shaped by evidence. It's shaped by access, influence, and the ability to tell a story first, and tell it loudest. Media can illuminate, but it can also obscure. The McCann investigation revealed how fragile forensic evidence can become when left unsupported. Two specially trained dogs, Eddie, a cadaver dog, and Keela, trained to detect blood, reacted strongly to two critical locations: the wardrobe in the McCann's apartment and the trunk of their rental car. Shortly after, British forensics revealed a DNA sample in the car trunk that matched 15 out of 19 alleles with Madeleine's profile. At first glance, these clues seemed damning, but closer analysis revealed complications. The DNA sample was mixed, possibly degraded, and came from a location weeks after the incident. The dog's alerts, while highly trained, are not admissible in court without corroboration. No one claimed ownership of the bag suspected of being used to move a body. No one explained why decomposition scents were found. Lesson 2: a single piece of forensic evidence is not enough. Without a clear timeline, consistent testimonies, and behavioral alignment, even powerful clues remain just that, clues. When every surrounding element is dismissed or left unexplained, doubt takes root and truth becomes unreachable. Kate and Jerry McCann repeatedly declined to answer critical police questions during their time as formal suspects. Kate refused to answer 48 direct inquiries, ranging from her actions the night Madeleine disappeared to the reasons why there were no signs of forced entry. They avoided interviews that included tough questions, often deflecting or refusing to address contradictions. In court, they pursued legal actions against those who questioned them. While everyone has the right to remain silent, especially under legal advisement, their refusal to engage created more questions than answers. For many observers and independent investigators, their consistent avoidance didn't feel like protection of rights. It felt like a strategy to avoid uncomfortable truths. The lesson is not that silence equals guilt, but it does teach us that in the court of public perception, the way someone responds to pressure can be as telling as what they say. Silence, especially when paired with media control, invites doubt. The McCanns and their friends, the top of 7, constructed a timeline based on routine check-ins at the apartment between 8:30 and 10 p.m. on the night Madeleine vanished. But as the investigation deepened, inconsistencies surfaced. Crotch records were possibly altered. Only one nanny could confirm seeing Madeleine that morning. Statements about who checked the children, when, and in what order, often conflicted. The timeline, rather than anchoring the investigation, became another source of confusion. And when key elements of a timeline depend solely on the people closest to the victim, with no independent verification, it opens the door to doubt. Lesson 4: time is not truth. A timeline is only as reliable as the evidence that supports it. In investigations, beware of sequences that appear too neat, too rehearsed, or too convenient for a single explanation. To this day, no one has confessed. No body has been found. No charges have stuck. And yet, the questions remain as sharp as ever. What happened to the blue bag seen in the wardrobe? Why was Madeleine's DNA found in the trunk of a car rented weeks after her disappearance? Why did the cadaver dog alert in 2 distinct locations linked to the McCanns? Why has no clear answer been given to any of these? The truth may never come in the form of a signed confession, but it does not have to. Sometimes, it emerges from the accumulation of inconsistencies, the weight of silence, and the stories that don't quite add up. The final lesson is this: justice does not always come from confession. It comes from the courage to confront what others choose not to explain.
In that evening, did you give to your kids something like Calpol to help them sleep?
You know, we're not going to comment on anything, but, you know, there is absolutely no way we used any sedative drugs or anything like that. And, you know, we have cooperated fully with the police. We'll answer any queries.
This is not a search for a missing child. This is a forensic autopsy of a cover-up. Today, we will analyze the evidence surrounding Madeleine's disappearance with the most widely believed hypothesis that the hidden and scattered evidence will be linked together to expose the crime of the perpetrator behind it. This is the story not of what was told to the world, but of what was hidden and of who had the means, the motive, and the moment to bury the truth. Jerry McCann was a doctor, a man of precision, routine, and control. On the evening of May 3, 2007, he faced a crisis that no script could prepare for. His daughter, Madeleine, had died suddenly and accidentally after being sedated. Not murdered, not kidnapped, a tragic accident, likely caused by the very sedation used to ensure the adults could dine in peace while the children slept. But instead of grief, we find choreography. Instead of chaos, we find control. Jerry did not call for help. He did not cry out. He called Kate. And together, they made a plan. We will lay out 10 pieces of evidence, physical, behavioral, and digital, that point not to an abduction, but to concealment. From the missing tennis bag large enough to carry a body, to the smell of cadaverine in the wardrobe and trunk of a rented car. From deleted blogs about a refrigerator, to the hiring of top-tier lawyers within days. From manipulated photographs to silent compliance from the Tapas group. From a child who hadn't been independently seen since the morning of May 3rd, to a father seen carrying something resembling a child past 10 p.m. We are not here to wonder what happened to Madeleine McCann. We're here to find out Jerry McCann's next move. Let's look at this for what it probably was, not some kidnapping mystery, but a tragic accident that spiraled out of control. It starts with a pattern. Every night during that vacation, the McCanns and their friends had dinner together at the same restaurant, leaving their children alone in nearby apartments. No babysitter, no monitors, just a routine of checking in every now and then. Now, Jerry McCann is a doctor. He understands medication. He understands sedation. What if they gave the kids something mild to help them sleep through the night? It might have seemed like a small thing at the time. A few drops. A tablet. Something to make sure they wouldn't wake up crying or wandering. Something to give the parents peace of mind. But here's the thing about sedatives, they're dangerous. Especially for little kids. One wrong dose or just a child's unusual reaction, and things can go very wrong. So let's say Madeleine wakes up. She's not fully alert, still groggy, maybe dizzy from the medication. And she does what she's used to doing. She climbs onto the couch to look out the window, maybe hoping to see her parents coming back. But this time, her balance is off, her coordination is shaky, and it's quiet. Now this isn't some wild guess. It lines up with what we know about sedatives, what we know about her habits, and what we know about the apartment layout, and it makes a lot more sense than a silent intruder sneaking past everyone unnoticed. Then comes the moment that changes everything. Jerry is the one who finds her. Imagine that, walking and expecting a sleeping child and finding the opposite. A lifeless body. Panic sets in, but not the kind of panic that calls for help. Not the kind that screams into the night. Instead, it's a colder kind of panic. The kind that thinks fast. The kind that looks for a way out. He calls Kate. And instead of phoning the police, they talk, they plan. Somewhere in that awful moment, they decide to cover it up. The first place they put her might have been the couch. That would have made sense. Maybe they even considered staging it, putting Madeleine back on the sofa, making it look like she had just fallen asleep there with her favorite toy, Cuddle Cat. That toy became a strange part of the story later on. Kate was seen carrying it everywhere, even after the dogs smelled cadaver scent on it. But at this stage, maybe they just wanted to make it look peaceful. But something changed. Maybe they realized it wouldn't work. Maybe the fall looked too serious, or they didn't want an autopsy. Either way, they moved on from that idea. That's when the blue tennis bag enters the story. It had been seen before in their possession, large enough to carry a child. After that night, it vanished. Nobody ever saw it again. And oddly enough, the McCanns later said they didn't even own a bag like that, despite the photographic evidence. But let's pause here. This moment, this decision to hide the body, isn't just about panic anymore. It's about fear. Fear of losing their other kids. Fear of being blamed. Fear of being charged for giving a sedative. So instead of coming clean, they chose to hide. Kate might have been the one who held Madeleine for the last time. There were rumors that she was seen crying, holding her daughter. That image sticks with people because it's tragic, because it feels real, because maybe for a moment she didn't want to let go. But in the end, they made a choice. They used that bag. They had to act quickly. They had to keep it quiet. They needed somewhere to put her where no one would find her, at least not right away. This part of the story is hard to think about. Because up until this point, it's an accident. A terrible, life-changing accident. But once you start hiding things, once you start lying, it becomes something else. Everything that came next, the statements, the silence, the refusal to answer police questions, it all started with this moment. The moment they chose not to tell the truth. The moment they decided to protect themselves, instead of accepting what had happened. And again, this isn't wild speculation. It explains what the dogs found. It explains the missing bag. It explains the odd behavior. And most of all, it explains why two doctors, two parents, would do everything in their power to control the story from that night forward. So if we're really being honest, this story doesn't start with a kidnapping. It starts with a sedative, a couch, a fall, and a father making a decision he could never take back. It's heartbreaking to imagine what that moment must have felt like, seeing your child's lifeless body and realizing it was already too late. For most parents, that would be the moment you scream, you fall apart, you run for help no matter what. But Jerry didn't do that. Kate didn't do that. Instead, they paused, they talked, and they crossed a line. From that point forward, nothing was about Madeleine anymore. It was about them, their future, their fear of being judged, their fear of losing their other kids, their careers, maybe even their freedom. So they wrapped her up, closed the bag, and made a decision that would shape everything after. It's possible they hoped someone else would find her eventually. Maybe they thought they'd have time to think of a better plan. Maybe they thought if they could just get through the first few hours, things would somehow settle down. But when police got involved, and the media showed up, and the whole world started watching, they couldn't back out. They were in too deep. That might explain why Kate avoided answering police questions. Why both of them lawyered up so quickly. Why they took control of the story from the start and never let it go. You'd think grieving parents would be desperate for answers. But they didn't act like that. They acted like people trying not to say too much. And the way they held on to certain objects, like Cuddle Cat, almost felt like props. That toy had meaning, sure, but it also gave them something to hold on to in public. Something that made them look connected. Something that would photograph well. Everything started looking like theater. Carefully planned interviews, talking points, public statements, no emotion that wasn't polished. And always the same message: she was taken. She was stolen. But they never showed real interest in other suspects. Never really pushed for other leads. It was as if they wanted the mystery to stay unsolved. If this really was just a tragic accident, there was a moment, right at the beginning, when they could have told the truth, faced the consequences, said they were sorry, and maybe the world would have understood. But once you start covering things up, once you start lying, it never stops with just one. And all of it, the way they reacted, the way they planned, the way they stuck to their story, points back to that first choice, not to tell the truth. This is the moment everything changed. This is the moment the story we know stopped being about Madeleine and became about protecting a secret. Let's go back to that bag, the blue one. Photographed in the early days, then never seen again. This wasn't a small handbag or something forgettable. It was a full-sized sports bag, a tennis bag. The kind you'd notice. The kind you'd remember seeing. People who were around the apartment early on recalled seeing that bag. And then, after the night of May 3rd, it was gone. It didn't go missing during a chaotic search or in a police raid. It vanished quietly. And when the McCanns were later asked about it, they said they never had one. They denied owning a bag that's visible in photos taken before Madeleine disappeared. That alone raises questions. If you're innocent, why deny having a bag that's clearly pictured? Why pretend it didn't exist? Unless that bag was part of something you didn't want anyone to find out. Now think about the timing. Madeleine's body needed to be moved. They couldn't leave her on the couch. They couldn't carry her in their arms, not through a resort full of tourists. They needed something that would hide her, something that wouldn't draw attention. That tennis bag was the perfect size. It's not just about the convenience of the bag. It's about how fast it disappeared from the story. No one saw it after that night. No one ever found it, and no one could explain where it went. The dogs, trained to detect human decomposition, later picked up scent in the wardrobe. But that's not the only place. There were hits on Cuddle Cat, Kate's clothing, and eventually, weeks later, in the trunk of a rental car. But there's a gap in the timeline. A stretch of time where we don't know exactly what happened to Madeleine's body. If they used the bag that night, they may have stored it somewhere temporarily. Somewhere close. Somewhere cold. And that's where the idea of refrigeration comes in. There was a blog post Jerry wrote once about replacing a fridge. Later, it was deleted. A small detail. Easy to miss. But when you're dealing with decomposition, cold storage buys time. It gives you space to think, to plan. No one can say for sure where the body went next. But the bag was never found. It wasn't in the apartment. It wasn't in the car. It wasn't in the villa they later rented. It was just gone. And the police weren't told it was missing. They weren't told it existed at all. The tennis bag might seem like a small thing in a case filled with international headlines, press conferences, and political pressure. But it's not. It could be the single object that connects the accident to the cover-up. The last thing to touch Madeleine before she was hidden. And maybe that's why it had to disappear. There's something especially disturbing about an object vanishing from a crime scene, especially when that object may have played a key role in moving a body. Let's think about the timeline again. Madeleine goes missing on the night of May 3rd. The apartment is full of people coming and going. But no one reports seeing anything unusual. No child's cries. No signs of forced entry. No struggle. But this bag, it was just gone. We have to ask, when was it removed? And how? This was a tennis bag, not a purse. You don't slip it under your coat or tuck it into a backpack. Someone had to physically carry it out. And if that happened during the time the group claimed to be checking on their kids, then it might have been during one of those so-called child checks. A short walk to the apartment, a quick check-in, and maybe, quietly, the bag was taken out. There's also the possibility that someone else in the group helped. We're not accusing anyone outright. But the lack of clear timelines, the overlapping stories, and the group's apparent solidarity suggest they may have all agreed to stay quiet. Whether they knew everything, or just enough to make them uncomfortable, their behavior afterwards doesn't scream transparency. And remember, the group lawyered up fast. They avoided certain questions. Some gave statements that later changed, and the bag. Not one of them ever mentioned it. Not a single friend asked, "Hey, where did that blue bag go?" Now let's bring in the dogs again. British cadaver dogs were brought to Portugal weeks later. They didn't sniff around aimlessly, they reacted strongly to specific places and objects. One of those was the wardrobe in the McCann's room. Another was Cuddle Cat. But the bag, it wasn't available to test. It had already disappeared. And that matters. If that bag had been present during the search, and if it had been used the way many believe, Those dogs would have likely reacted to it as well. Its absence means it was deliberately removed before the dogs arrived, before forensic teams could examine it. Then there's the question of where the bag went after that. If it was used to move the body out of the apartment, where was it stored? Where was it hidden? Some suspect it was placed in a fridge, perhaps in a nearby apartment or facility with access. Jerry once blogged about replacing a refrigerator, but later removed that post. That might be nothing. Or it might be a small clue that supports the bigger picture. Either way, the bag never resurfaced. Not during the search. Not during any interviews. Not during the weeks and months that followed. That silence about something so obvious. And here's the final piece. When you think of this case, you think of Madeleine, her photo, her smile. But in the background, there are these quiet details that never made the headlines. A missing tennis bag, a vanished blog post, a group of friends who said very little, and a pair of parents who controlled the story from the very beginning. The disappearing bag might not seem like much. But in this case, it's everything. It's the missing link between what happened that night and what the world was told. Let's go back to that fridge. The one Jerry mentioned briefly in his blog. The one he said he replaced himself, personally, by taking it from a rental villa to the local dump. At first, it sounds like nothing. A broken appliance. A simple inconvenience during a chaotic time. But in this case, nothing is ever simple. Especially not when that detail, shared publicly, was later deleted without explanation. This wasn't a fridge in their home. It was a fridge in a villa they rented after Madeleine disappeared. A place far away from the original scene. Quieter. More isolated. The kind of place that might offer the privacy someone needs to think. Or to hide something. Or both. Now think about the timing. Jerry wrote about replacing that fridge in a blog post sometime in late May. That's over 3 weeks after Madeleine went missing. By then, the initial chaos had settled. The world was watching. But the intensity of the first few days had faded. The McCanns had moved to another property. And the blog, meant to update supporters, shared this strange, seemingly irrelevant piece of information. He didn't say why the fridge broke. He didn't explain why he removed it himself. He didn't even mention contacting the property owner. Just that it was replaced. Quietly. Personally. But here's where it gets interesting. Shortly after they were named official suspects, that blog post vanished. It wasn't archived. It wasn't explained. It was gone. And when people noticed and asked about it, there was silence. Why remove that post? Why try to erase such a specific detail? Unless it suddenly became dangerous to leave it there. Let's look at the bigger picture. Madeleine disappears on May 3rd. The apartment is searched. The police are called. The world is told she's been abducted. But the timeline has gaps. Gaps in which no one can say where Madeleine's body went. If, as the evidence suggests, she died that night. If her body had to be moved, there would have been a problem. A biological problem. Portugal in May is warm. A body left in the open would show signs quickly, but in cold storage, decomposition slows, time stretches, and in a case like this, time is everything. Now back to the villa, a private place, rented, separate from the apartment, no cameras, no curious neighbors, just a new fridge. A fridge we know existed because Jerry said so, and a fridge we know was removed because he told us. Once. Then deleted it. No one removes a fridge from a rental without a reason. It's not something you do casually, especially not during an ongoing investigation where every movement is watched. And yet, he did. It's not about proving the fridge held a body. It's about asking why, if everything was above board, Jerry would go to such lengths to control that narrative. Why he would even mention it, then erase it. Because when something doesn't matter, you ignore it. You don't delete it. The fact that he did tells us one thing. At some point, that fridge became a threat. Maybe not on its own, but in the context of other missing pieces, a vanished tennis bag, cadaver scent in the wardrobe, and silence from the group, it fits. The dogs never searched that villa. The fridge was long gone by the time they arrived. If something had been stored there, No one would ever know. It was out of reach, out of sight, out of evidence. And that matters, because the McCanns didn't need a permanent solution right away. They just needed a pause. Something to delay the inevitable, to wait for the right time to move again. The fridge, if used that way, gave them space. It bought them days, maybe even weeks, the kind of pause that makes a cover-up possible. Now let's talk about control. Jerry was known for his discipline, his need for order. He managed the campaign. He wrote the blog. He coordinated responses. And he understood, as a doctor, the implications of time and temperature on a body. If anyone knew what a fridge could do, it was him. So when he quietly removed that fridge, without fanfare, and took it to the dump himself, it wasn't just about replacing something broken. It was about removing a risk, making sure nothing traceable remained. And once that was done, the blog post went too. Not because the fridge didn't matter, but because suddenly, it mattered too much. There's also the issue of why no one else mentioned it. Not the friends, not the press, not the police. The only reason we know about that fridge at all is because Jerry told us, and then tried to pretend he hadn't. That raises another question: who else knew? Did Kate know? Did the group know? Was this something planned, or something handled quietly, even from those closest? We may never know. But the secrecy around it suggests something more than just bad timing. When you zoom out, you start to see the shape of something. A pattern. A carefully controlled chain of decisions, each one seemingly small, but together, devastating. A blog post. A fridge. A timeline that doesn't add up. And at the center, a man trying to stay one step ahead. Today, that fridge is gone. No one knows where it ended up. The dump was never searched. The villa never examined. The moment passed. The evidence vanished. But the memory didn't. People remember that post. They remember how strange it felt. How odd it was to focus on something so mundane in the middle of a global tragedy. And now, it's one more clue. Because in this story, it's not just the loud things that matter. It's the quiet ones. The fridge doesn't scream, but it whispers. And what it's saying is worth listening to. Let's talk about the Renault Scenic. It wasn't the car they arrived in. It wasn't the car they used during those first chaotic days. It was rented, weeks later, 25 days after Madeleine disappeared. By then, the world had seen the press conferences, the appeals, the photographs. But there was still no body, no real answers. And that's when Jerry and Kate rented a car the dogs would later react to. Let's take that slowly. British cadaver dogs were brought to Portugal in early August. Not regular sniffer dogs. These dogs were trained for one thing: to detect the scent of human decomposition. And when they were unleashed on the McCanns' belongings and surroundings, something strange happened. They didn't bark at random. They didn't react to every suitcase or every shirt. They responded to specific places, specific items. One of those items was the key fob to the Renault Scenic. Another was the car itself. The dog alerted to the driver's side door, then to the trunk. Not once, repeatedly. And then the other dog, trained to detect blood, did the same. The scent of death, and the trace of blood. Both found in a car the McCanns rented long after Madeleine went missing. That raises a difficult question. If Madeleine had truly been abducted, why would her scent, her blood, end up in a car rented weeks later by her parents? The McCanns had an answer. Sort of. They said it was probably from dirty diapers, or meat, or trash. But here's the problem: cadaver dogs don't alert to diapers. They don't alert to old food. They alert to human remains. The smell of death. A smell that's chemically distinct. And once you've smelled it, you never forget. So we have a car, a dog, and a scent. Let's go back to the timeline. Madeleine disappears on May 3rd. There's no body, no funeral, no trace. The world is told she was taken. The group sticks to that story. Time passes. The investigation drags on. Then, on May 28th, they rent a Renault Scenic. At this point, the body is still unaccounted for. But if it had been stored, somewhere cold, somewhere hidden, then now would be the time to move it. To do something final. Something permanent. A car gives mobility, distance, access to places no one's watching. And if the McCanns needed to move Madeleine's body one last time, this would be how. The dogs reacted in August. That's more than 2 months after the car was first rented. But the scent remained, faint, but present, blood, too. Some say it's impossible for a scent to last that long. But death leaves a mark, especially in confined spaces, especially in fabric and foam. And the dogs, they're trained for that. It wasn't just one alert, it was multiple, consistent. On the car, on the keys, on a child's T-shirt, that level of consistency isn't chance. It's not guesswork, it's presence. The car had been used to carry something, and whatever it was, it had died. That alone would be enough to shift suspicion. But there's more. The McCanns also moved apartments around this time, shifted locations, changed routines. There were questions about where they went, what they carried, and why. And then there was the trunk. One witness claimed the trunk of the Renault Scenic was often left open. Why would you do that? In summer? In Portugal? Unless you're trying to let a smell escape. Unless you're trying to hide something that lingers. The McCanns were asked about this. They denied everything. Said it was all coincidence. Said the dogs were unreliable. Said the evidence was flawed. But the Portuguese police didn't agree, and neither did the dogs. This wasn't just about one bark. It was about a pattern. The wardrobe, the soft toy, the clothing, the car, all pointing to the same thing, a child who died. The Renault Scenic didn't just take the McCanns from place to place. It may have taken Madeleine one last time. And that's why it matters. Let's stay with the trunk for a moment. The claim that it was left open wasn't made by police. It came from a neighbor. A regular person. Someone who noticed that strange detail because it stood out. Because it didn't make sense. And because it happened more than once. People don't usually leave trunks open in the summer heat. Not without a reason. You might do it once by accident. But repeatedly. That suggests intention. A smell. A need for ventilation. A problem you can't solve. Except by airing it out. And that brings us back to the dogs. When the British handlers brought them in, they didn't know where they were going. The dogs had no agenda. They simply responded to what they were trained to find. And the pattern of their responses, inside the apartment, on Kate's clothing, on Madeleine's soft toy, and then, unmistakably, in that Renault Scenic, wasn't random. The McCanns insisted it could be cross-contamination. Maybe someone carried a scent from one place to another. Maybe items got mixed up. Maybe something innocent had triggered the alert. But here's the thing about cadaver dogs, they're used in court. They've been used to find buried bodies, months or even years after death. Their success rate is high. Their training is rigorous. Their reliability, especially when multiple alerts occur across different locations, is not easily dismissed. And in this case, 2 dogs agreed. That alone should have triggered a deeper look. Instead, it triggered denial. The McCanns fought back. Not just emotionally, but legally. They brought in lawyers. Hired spokespeople. Disputed the evidence. Criticized the Portuguese investigation. Even suggested the dogs were being manipulated. At some point, the defense stopped being about proving innocence and became about discrediting everything else. Let's remember, the car wasn't theirs from the beginning. It entered the story late. Quietly. Just a rental, in a foreign country, at a time when attention was finally starting to fade. That timing matters. Because if you had something to hide, something that couldn't stay where it was, this would be the window to act. A car lets you move unseen. Especially in rural areas. Especially at night. And if the bag was still with them, if the fridge had only been a temporary fix, then the Renault Scenic might have been the final step. There's a theory that Madeleine's body was disposed of somewhere remote. Maybe even into the ocean. Maybe into land that would never be searched. That part may never be known. But what we do know is that the dogs picked up a trail. And the McCanns worked hard to erase it. Even when the dogs reacted to the car key, an object carried by hand, touched daily, the response was clear. That's not contamination. That's presence. Blood was also found in the car. Small traces. Enough to raise suspicion, not enough to convict. But when combined with everything else, the story starts to hold weight. And that's the point. This isn't about any one piece of evidence. It's about how they connect. You have a car that wasn't part of the original search, a car that appears weeks later, a car with dogs reacting strongly, a car whose trunk may have been aired out, a car that ends up at the center of forensic questions, and behind the wheel, the parents, not some stranger, not a suspect hiding in the shadows, the very people telling the world to look the other way. Now think about how they explained it. They didn't say, "Yes, that's strange. Let's test again." They said, "No. The dogs are wrong." That's not the reaction of someone seeking truth. That's the reaction of someone protecting a version of events. And the version they were protecting didn't include that car. But science did. The dogs, the blood, the witness testimony, the smell. All of it says the same thing: something was moved. Something that changed the story forever. And it happened in that Renault Scenic. Back to that dinner table. The same one where the same group of friends sat every single night of their vacation. Tapas bar. Same seats. Same routine. While their kids were left alone in nearby apartments, asleep, supposedly, while the adults ate, drank, and laughed just steps away. No babysitter. No monitor. Just the occasional check-in. That's what they called it. A check. Like something casual. Scheduled, planned, safe. According to the group, they had a system. Every 15 to 30 minutes, someone would leave the table, walk back to their apartment, peek in on their children, and return. Sounded responsible. Sounded believable. But when you look at it closely, it starts to feel like a script, too clean, too coordinated, like something agreed upon, not something remembered. The times they gave were almost too perfect. 8:30 p.m., 8:45 p.m., 9:05 p.m., 9:15 p.m. Everyone had their slot. Everyone claimed they checked. But who really saw them? No one. There were no surveillance cameras. No waiters confirming the coming and going. No staff who remembered parents constantly getting up from their meals. And no one, outside of that group, could confirm that Madeleine was even alive after breakfast that day. That's a chilling thought. Because if that morning was the last time she was truly seen, then everything else becomes fiction. A story told by people with something to lose. And when you think about it like that, the timeline becomes not just suspicious, but crucial. There's something else too. The Krejci record, the kids' club sign, in sheet. That was supposed to show Madeleine was dropped off, spent the day with the other children, and was picked up like usual. But there's a problem. The handwriting matches Kate's, across several entries. It doesn't look like it was filled in day by day. More like it was completed all at once. And when the nannies were interviewed, only one of them even remembered seeing Madeleine that morning. Her memory was vague, uncertain, and that's all we have. Why would a parent backfill a record? Why not let the sign reflect what truly happened? Unless, of course, they were trying to build a version of the day that made sense. That gave them an alibi. That helped establish a timeline that didn't match the truth. Now, let's talk about Jane Tanner. She was one of the friends at the tapas table. She claimed that around 9:15 p.m., while walking back to check on her children, she saw a man carrying a small child across the street. That moment became central to the story of abduction. The McCanns repeated it. Investigators followed it. Artists drew up sketches. But there's something strange. Her description of the man also changed over time. At first, it was vague, later more detailed. First, she wasn't sure. Later, she was certain. And somehow this single, uncorroborated sighting became the foundation for the kidnapping theory. But there's another witness. One who wasn't part of the group. Martin Smith. He was a tourist from Ireland, vacationing nearby. On the same night, around 10 p.m., he saw a man carrying a small girl down the street. Bare feet, pale skin, lifeless posture. And weeks later, when he saw Jerry McCann on TV carrying one of his other kids off a plane, something clicked. The walk. The way the child was held. It matched. Martin Smith believed he saw Jerry McCann carrying Madeleine. Now stop here, because that changes everything. If Jane Tanner's man was real, why didn't anyone else see him? Why did the McCanns hold on to that version of events so tightly? Why ignore the Smith sighting completely? Maybe because one supported their story and the other destroyed it. And then we look at the Tapas group as a whole. 7 adults. Close friends. Not one of them ever challenged the official story. Not one of them ever went public with doubts. No one questioned the timeline. No one admitted forgetting something. Everyone stayed quiet. Even when invited to return to Portugal for more questioning, many refused. Why? Loyalty, pressure, guilt, or something else entirely. The longer you look at it, the more it feels like a wall. A coordinated effort to hold one version of the truth in place, no matter what. Some of them may not have known what really happened. Maybe they suspected. Maybe they didn't want to ask. But silence, in a case like this, isn't neutral. It's protective. And it worked. The media picked up Jane's story, drew up a suspect, gave the public someone to chase. Meanwhile, the man who looked like Jerry, the one seen by Martin Smith, was forgotten, pushed aside, never followed up. Because when the group agreed on the timeline, they weren't just building a story. They were burying the truth. And once it was buried, no one dared to dig it up again. Let's go back to the table once more. Picture the laughter, the wine being poured, the conversations flowing, everyone looking relaxed, normal. But beneath that surface, something was starting to crack. You see, when a child vanishes, panic usually follows. Parents scream, people run, chaos takes over. But not here. The reaction was muted, curated, controlled. Kate raised the alarm, yes, but only after returning from her check, in and claiming the window had been opened, the shutters lifted and Madeleine gone. But strangely, the room showed no signs of forced entry, no disturbance. And other guests nearby reported hearing no commotion, no cry, no struggle. And here's the thing, those shutters. They could only be opened from the inside. So unless someone broke into the apartment, climbed through the window, and left no trace, what are we left with? A story. A version. One that needed those shutter details to sell the idea of an abduction. The group backed it. No one blinked. No one said, "Wait, I checked just 10 minutes before, and everything was fine." They agreed on the times. They nodded at the timeline. They played their part. Some slipped up about who checked when. Some mixed up details about which child was in which room. And yet no one corrected the record. No one came forward to say, "I might have gotten it wrong." And then there's the legal protection. The lawyers. The media managers. The way the group locked down early and never looked back. From the very beginning, this wasn't treated like a family tragedy. It was handled like a crisis campaign. The Tapas group may not have been part of the cover-up directly. But silence is powerful. And in this case, silence told the story louder than any words could. Because if Madeleine really did vanish sometime before dinner was over, then everything the group claimed, from the checks, to the timing, to the panic, was theater. A distraction. And that's the hardest part to accept. Not just that a little girl died, but that a room full of adults might have helped cover it up. Let's talk about how people act when a child goes missing. The panic, the shouting, the breaking down in public, the sleepless nights, the desperate search. That's what we expect from parents. That's what we see in nearly every other case like this. But with the McCanns, the behavior didn't match the tragedy. Not really. There was a moment, early on, when cameras caught Jerry and Kate McCann walking hand in hand, and then stopping for a hug. It should have been a moment of comfort, of grief, but something about it felt wrong. The body language was stiff. The timing was strange. Almost like they knew they were being filmed. Almost like the hug wasn't for each other, but for the audience. Then there were the jokes. Yes, jokes. Kate and Jerry talking with the late Clement Froude not long after Madeleine vanished. And during the conversation, Jerry makes a comment about the cadaver dogs, saying something like, "They're probably just looking for sausages." A man whose daughter is missing, possibly dead, joking about the very dogs trained to find her body. Who does that? Then there's the fact that Kate didn't join the initial searches. Not just skipped 1 or 2 outings, she didn't participate at all in the early manhunts through the streets of Praia da Luz. Neighbors, tourists, locals, strangers, all out there searching. But the mother, the one person who should have been running until her legs gave out, absent. Let's look closer at the evidence, specifically the photos. When the McCanns handed over their vacation photos to investigators, 74 images were reviewed. But of those, 71 were unusable for any investigative purposes. Why? They'd been cropped, blurred, blacked out, some completely removed context, faces missing, timestamps gone. This wasn't just about privacy. These photos could have helped investigators establish a timeline. See who was where. Confirm what Madeleine was wearing. Show how she looked, if she even appeared, on the day she disappeared. But the altered photos gave nothing. Just fragments. Carefully selected snapshots. So what was being hidden in those frames? Was it someone who shouldn't have been there? A timestamp that didn't match their story. A detail that contradicted the official version. You don't scrub dozens of photos clean if you have nothing to hide. You don't withhold potentially critical information in the middle of a missing child case, unless protecting the story matters more than finding the child. And then, of course, came the lawyers. The McCanns hired one of the most expensive legal teams in the UK within days, not weeks, days. And not just any lawyers. These were specialists in libel, crisis PR, and government relations. People used to handling scandals. People trained to reshape narratives. But they didn't stop at lawyers. They brought in Clarence Mitchell, former head of the UK government's media monitoring unit. A man whose job was to control the message. He wasn't there to search. He wasn't there to solve anything. He was there to make sure the public believed one thing: Madeleine was taken, and the McCanns were victims. From that point on, the case stopped being about a girl and started being about a brand. The McCanns did media interviews, press conferences, charity events, all with the same message: find Madeleine. But never once did they push for the reopening of the case in Portugal. Never once did they cooperate fully with the local police. They focused instead on suing newspapers, attacking critics, and silencing dissent. Websites that raised questions were taken down. Journalists who doubted the narrative were blacklisted. The phrase, McCann troll, became common, used to discredit anyone who didn't fall in line. It wasn't about truth anymore. It was about control. And when you look at all of this together, the behavior, the photos, the media strategy, it doesn't look like mourning. It doesn't look like chaos. It looks like management. A campaign. Something carefully built, carefully maintained, and ruthlessly defended. Because once you control the story, you control the questions people ask. And once you control the questions, they stop looking for answers. And that, more than anything, is what kept the truth buried. Let's take a moment to consider the people behind the cameras. The press, the news anchors, the radio hosts. From the start, this case dominated headlines, and in almost every story, the narrative was the same: abduction, stranger danger, innocent parents. It was constructed, carefully, strategically, and with help from people who knew how to shape public opinion. Clarence Mitchell didn't just speak for the McCanns. He shaped the way the world saw them. He made sure headlines used the right words. That coverage stayed sympathetic. That awkward questions got buried under stories of hope and faith. And this control went even further. When the Portuguese police expressed suspicion, they were painted as incompetent. When cadaver dogs alerted, the response wasn't curiosity, it was attack. Or reliable, the press said. Flawed. As if highly trained forensic animals were suddenly no better than guesses. Any criticism of the McCanns was seen as cruelty. Any alternative theory labeled as conspiracy. The media didn't just protect them, it shielded them. Gave them a kind of immunity from the normal questions that arise in cases like this. And when journalists tried to dig deeper, when they asked about the timeline, the bag, the odd behavior, they were shut down. sometimes through legal threats, sometimes through access being revoked, but always through pressure. Meanwhile, the image of the grieving mother and father was kept alive. Carefully staged photos, thoughtfully written blog posts, interviews where every answer felt rehearsed. It was more than grief, it was branding. There was even a moment when the McCanns were given their own press spokesman while still being official suspects in Portugal. Think about that. Suspects with a PR agent. Not to answer police questions, but to manage the story in the public eye. How often does that happen? And still, after all the attention, the money raised, and the media management, the most basic question remained unanswered. Where is Madeleine? No solid leads. No breakthroughs. No closure. But the message stayed the same. Because the goal was never really justice. It was control. Control of perception. Control of the story. Control of what the world believed. And that control, more than any shred of evidence, tells us that something went very, very wrong. Let's ask a difficult question. What happens when the people meant to uncover the truth are the same ones trying to bury it? Because from early on, there were signs that the disappearance of Madeleine McCann wasn't just a family crisis. It was being treated like a matter of state. Within hours of the news breaking, the British government was involved. Not just consular staff, not just embassy support. We're talking about the Foreign Office, diplomats, officials from high places. And all of this happened before Portuguese authorities had even formally requested help. Why such urgency? Why that level of political attention for one missing child in a foreign country? It wasn't normal. It wasn't protocol. It was something else. Soon after, a top British lawyer was sent to Portugal, not to assist with a trial, not to defend the parents, but to observe the process. That might sound harmless, but what it meant in practice was influence. Quiet meetings, backdoor discussions, guidance on what to say and what not to. The pressure mounted. The message was clear: protect the McCanns, keep the narrative clean. And if anyone threatened that narrative, they had to go. Enter Goncalo Amaral, the lead investigator on the Portuguese side, experienced, sharp, and increasingly suspicious. He didn't buy the abduction story. He followed the evidence. The dogs, the contradictions, the behavior. And the more he dug, the more he believed the truth was being buried. He spoke out. He wrote a book, The Truth of the Lee, based not on guesses, but on the case files themselves. He pointed to the McCanns as suspects. He questioned the timeline. He exposed inconsistencies. And then, the machine turned on him. Amaral was removed from the case, officially sidelined, silenced. His book was sued, banned, pulled from shelves. He was painted as bitter, dishonest, unprofessional. But everything he had written, every claim, was based on official documents. He wasn't inventing a theory. He was reporting what the case file showed. So why silence him? Why try to erase his work instead of debating it? Because his version of the story didn't fit. It couldn't coexist with the carefully curated public image. And worse, it raised uncomfortable questions about the role the British government may have played. There's another detail, a darker one. Some have suggested that efforts were made, not just to shape perception, but to find another body, a substitute. A way to bring closure without truth, a child's remains that could be misidentified, declared as Madeleine, ending the story, freeing everyone from doubt. It sounds unthinkable. But consider this, the McCanns were never charged, not even after cadaver dogs alerted, not even after DNA results showed samples consistent with decomposition, not even after they refused to answer police questions. Instead, the case was quietly closed. No suspects, no trial, no justice. And yet millions were spent. Lawyers, PR firms, diplomatic channels, all activated, all pushing a single narrative. This wasn't just about grieving parents. This was about politics, about international relations, about protecting reputations. Because if the truth had come out, if it had turned out that Madeleine died in the apartment and her body was hidden, then not only would the McCanns have been culpable, but so would everyone who helped protect them. And that's the real scandal. Not just that a little girl disappeared, but that justice may have disappeared with her. Let's step back and consider what this really means. When a government steps in this aggressively, before an official request, it's not just about assistance, it's about optics. It's about shaping the international response. It's about control. From day one, British officials made sure that the narrative stayed simple: missing child, distraught parents, foreign police under pressure. But that's not how real investigations work. Real investigations follow facts, not feelings. And the facts were leading in another direction. Yet anyone who tried to follow that path hit a wall: legal threats, media blackout, political silence. Why was the McCann case given such high-level protection? Why were politicians issuing statements, ministers giving interviews, and government media handlers coordinating messages as if this were a diplomatic crisis instead of a criminal investigation? There are only a few explanations. One is image. The McCanns were middle-class professionals, doctors, sympathetic, relatable. They weren't supposed to be suspects. They were supposed to be the face of parental heartbreak. Anything that contradicted that image would make the public and the system uncomfortable. Another is accountability. If it turned out that the British media had misled the public, that the government had defended suspects, or that evidence had been ignored due to pressure from above, there would be outrage. And maybe more than that. There would be consequences. So instead, the pressure was directed elsewhere. Toward silencing Amaral. Toward controlling the press. Toward protecting the story, even if that meant sacrificing the truth. And here's the hardest part. Maybe we'll never know exactly how far that protection went. Maybe we'll never see the full list of meetings, the quiet favors, the messages that were passed behind closed doors. But we can see the results. A case that should have been solved with forensic evidence and honest testimony, buried under legal briefs and PR campaigns. The question isn't whether the British government helped. It's why. And the answer, if we're brave enough to face it, might be more about politics than justice. Let's ask what no one seems to want to answer. How does a case with cadaver dogs, inconsistent timelines, deleted records, a vanished bag, and political interference result in 0 charges? Not one person. Not a single indictment. In a case that sparked international attention, generated millions in donations, and pulled in law enforcement from 2 countries, how did it end with nothing? This isn't a case of innocence. It's a case of silence, powerful, strategic, and enduring. The kind of silence that's louder than a confession. There was no trial, but there was a pattern. A pattern of contradictions, of evasion. Consider the parents' behavior in the days that followed. No public breakdowns. No urgent door-to-door searches. Kate stayed inside while others searched. Jerry gave press conferences as if nothing had unraveled their lives. They denied owning a blue tennis bag, even though it appeared in photos before May 3rd. Why deny something so small unless it wasn't? Unless it was used for something they couldn't explain. That denial wasn't just about an object. It was about avoiding the one piece of evidence that may have carried the truth, literally. And then there were the dogs. Specially trained, reliable cadaver dogs brought in from the UK. These weren't conspiracy theorists or amateur psychics. They were professionals. And they reacted, strongly, to places connected to the McCanns. The wardrobe, the rental car, Kate's clothes, Cuddle Cat. Still, authorities said the alerts were inconclusive, not false, just not enough, despite research backing their accuracy, despite how rarely they're wrong. The evidence was present, but the will to act on it wasn't. Giancarlo Amaral tried to tell the world. He followed the file. He trusted the process, and for that, he was punished. His book, The Truth of the Lee, didn't invent facts. It cited police files. It questioned behavior. It did what investigators are supposed to do, raise the hard questions. And yet he was treated like a criminal for asking them. This is how silence is maintained. Not through lack of evidence, but through pressure, through lawsuits, through character assassination, through legal costs and media campaigns. Ask yourself, who benefits from that silence? Who gains from a narrative that never changes, even as the facts scream for revision? The system didn't fail because there was no evidence. It failed because too many people had too much to lose if that evidence led somewhere real. Some say silence is neutral. But in this case, it was lethal. Because silence protected not a missing child, but a failing story. It protected not justice, but comfort. Comfort for those who didn't want to know. For those who feared what truth would demand. And in the end, that silence told us everything. Let's take a moment to consider just how much silence had to be maintained to keep this case from reaching a courtroom. It wasn't just the McCanns who stayed quiet. It was their friends, the Tapas group, who gave strangely coordinated statements, who avoided hard questions, who collectively decided not to speak to the press again after suspicions grew. That's not how truth spreads. That's how it's contained. The British media helped too. After an initial wave of skepticism, coverage shifted to emotional appeals, to campaigns, to "Find Madeleine," posters and bracelets. It was branding. A missing child became a movement, one controlled tightly by the parents and their media team. The very act of questioning them became taboo, labeled as cruelty or conspiracy. And those who did question, they faced lawsuits, public shaming, legal bills they couldn't pay. The message was clear: stay quiet or pay the price. Even years later, when new leads turned up, never related to the parents, the press recycled the same message: stranger danger, foreign kidnapper, no answers. It was safer that way, less risky, easier to stomach than the idea that something had gone wrong inside apartment 5A, and that those responsible were protected. And maybe the silence wasn't just emotional or legal. Maybe it was strategic. Because charging someone in a case like this doesn't just lead to a trial, it leads to discovery. To opening boxes of records, messages, calls, notes, to uncomfortable truths. And if too many people were involved in crafting a narrative, then exposing one lie risks unraveling the whole thing. So instead, the case became a circle. No charges, no trial, just repeated announcements of new inquiries and fresh hope. The illusion of progress without real consequences. The silence wasn't passive. It was manufactured, maintained. And that silence is the loudest answer we've gotten. Because in a case full of signs, clues, and contradictions, there was always one thing missing: the will to speak plainly. To admit that something terrible happened. And that justice never got the chance to do its job. This theory was never about proving murder. It was about connecting what's been ignored. It was about pulling together the threads: sedation, a fall, a hasty cover-up, political interference, and a media machine that shaped a narrative no one was allowed to question. Let's go back to the core of this theory. Madeleine McCann did not disappear into the night. She died before dinner. It was not a kidnapping but an accident. And buried beneath a desperate lie. The blue tennis bag wasn't a mystery. The fridge wasn't coincidental. It was a hiding place. And the silence that followed wasn't confusion, it was strategy. They didn't act like parents searching for their missing daughter. They acted like people managing a crisis. They skipped the panic. They skipped the chaos. They hired lawyers. They avoided questions. They created a brand. Find Madeleine was everywhere, but the evidence was going nowhere. From the start, the narrative was crafted with precision, not grief, and they were protected. The involvement of high-level political figures and a PR machine with government ties isn't normal for a missing child case. Neither is the coordinated media support, the suppression of dissenting voices, or the erasure of key evidence like a blog post about a fridge or dozens of unusable photos. This wasn't just a family in mourning. It was a system preserving an image. But even now, the case still leaves behind questions that refuse to fade. If the blue tennis bag wasn't important, why did it appear in early photographs and then vanish? Why deny owning it when the proof is right there in the frame? If the DNA in the trunk wasn't Madeleine's, whose was it? And why would cadaver dogs, so highly trained and consistent, react so clearly to that same location? If the McCanns were victims, Why didn't they answer the 48 questions posed by police? What grieving parents would turn away help, avoid transparency, and threaten those who searched too closely? These aren't accusations, they're questions. Questions that deserve answers. Questions that justice demands. But instead of answers, we were given distractions. New suspects. New sketches. Recycled hopes. Always just enough to keep attention high, but never enough to resolve the truth. Sometimes, the truth doesn't vanish, it gets buried. Not under lies alone, but under fear, reputation, and the silence of those too powerful to confront. The Madeleine McCann case is no longer just about a missing child. It's about what happens when narrative replaces evidence, when emotion eclipses reason, when a well-managed story is allowed to overwrite uncomfortable facts. The lesson here isn't just about justice. It's about vigilance, about how truth can be slowly erased not by one big lie, but by 1,000 small choices, a deleted blog, a missing bag, a question left unanswered, and how the institutions we trust, media, government, even law, can sometimes serve the story, not the truth. Madeleine didn't need a brand. She needed the truth. And the world needed the courage to face it, no matter how devastating it might be. In the end, silence didn't protect her. It protected those who failed her. We owe it to her, and to every voiceless victim, to keep asking the questions no one wants to answer. Because if we stop asking, then the truth really does disappear.